Hey, folks. Gotta love those jams from Deadbolt OST, Chris Christodolo. Absolutely fantastic musical composer. Has done work for a couple wonderful video games. How's it going, Fire Drawn? Mr. Spokes, Uniquely Gay, Mirrormorphic. How's it going, M? Yo, Ragno 1981, Anasbana, Nico Barabin, Onomatopoeia. Where's defect on this picture? This picture was made before the defect was ever conceived. This is from the initial early access release of Slay the Spire. And at that time, only the Silent and the Ironclad were part of the game. So there is no defect or watcher to be depicted here. Did I see the announcement of Into the Breach Advanced Edition the other day? I did. Really exciting stuff. And really looking forward to checking that out when it comes out next month. Hold on one sec. I gotta fix the OBS. There we are. Okay, actually, I need to reboot Spire anyway. I see this League of the Relics extension is still down. No worries. We'll just be without it. So, Into the Breach Edition, Into the Breach Advanced Edition, they announced there's going to be new pilot skills, something like 5 new squads, a whole bunch of new content, and basically every aspect the game had. And one of Into the Breach's issues, I think, originally was replayability. I'm really curious how the Advanced Edition is going to change that, potentially. And it'll turn Into the Breach into a game with more longevity. Something that's also interesting with the Into the Breach Advanced Edition is a deal between Subset Games and Netflix to bring the mobile edition of the game. The mobile version of Into the Breach will be done through Netflix exclusively. So anybody who has a Netflix subscription will be able to play the mobile version of Into the Breach for no additional fee. But that will be the only way to play Into the Breach on mobile. Kind of interesting. Mixed feelings about that, but the potential audience gain for the game is absolutely massive. XCOM 2 is $13 right now. Oh, we're going to be seeing some XCOM next week. I'll have to bring that to people's attention. The sale lasts until the 7th, right? A perfect time to sell some people on the game. And I believe there's also an additional difficulty level coming with Into the Breach Advanced Edition, which I'm very curious to give a try. Out of intel, it's a tough way to go. There's so many different things to spend intel on in XCOM 2. It's very easy to forget that you kind of need to be spending it on region contacts. I think we're on good pace for our year-long challenge here, by the way. We're coming up on the end of June. Still several stream days left. And very close to halfway done with our year-long challenge as well, closing in on that 200 number. I think we can very easily kick up the pace during the second half of the year, so I am not at all worried about our pacing. I'll take it as it goes and see where that leads us. Trust me, I'll do what it takes to make sure this challenge is completed successfully. How's it going, Raven Loudspeaker? Hey there, Burger Flippers. Oh, I know, I forgot to do something. Actually, here's a question. Is June 30th the actual halfway point of the year? February is shorter. Yeah, we actually have slightly more than half the year left. By a couple of days. Easy. Just use the bonus days. But days don't do nothing if you don't use them to get wins. July 2nd's the halfway point. Cool. So it's like 2 bonus days, essentially. Or 1, depending on how you look at it. Without even looking at the map, I could say this is probably going to be a common relic pick. Let's see what we got, though. Potential greed path here, but I like this a lot. I like that we're fighting Hexaghost. I like that there's 2 elites late in the... Actually, 3? 3 late elites. I wouldn't call that late elites, actually. No. Excuse me. 2 late elites. A late elite being an elite after the mid-act chest, you get a bonus relic with which to tackle these combats, and that can really make a bit of a difference. To get there, we have to go through an elite, though, either this way or this way. So we could make an early decision point here, and then opt A or B. Is there any merit to going over here? This looks pretty bad. This looks suicidal. No, we definitely want to be on this green path with the double 8 elites here for maximum relic gain. When I look at my map in Act 1, I'm trying to sort of maximize the total improvement to the deck that I receive. There's a lot of different ways that can come. You can get gold, card rewards, card removals, card upgrades, relics. These are all different things that can benefit the player. But your best density of rewards usually comes from either rest sites or, better yet, elite nodes, particularly if you can defeat those elites with relatively little damage taken. Now, that's fairly hard to do at times, especially with Silent, who does struggle with elites early on, but if you can make it work, you can really get a leg up on the game. Yeah, there's some maths for you, although that's assuming I don't take any more days off this year, which is not going to be true. I will definitely have a couple of stretches of time off in the second half of this year, for sure. I'm going to start here. Not the turn 1 we wanted. against the cultist here. We'll probably have to short ourselves a defend in this fight in order to overcome cultist now, because of that turn 1 draw. The other option is use Art of War. I think we short the defend here. Oof. Okay, do it this way. Alright, not too bad, all things considered. Drawing only 1 strike on turn 1 against Cultist is Silent is a pretty bad thing. So, given that we have an Art of War, it's very tempting for us to go skill-based, or better yet, poison-based for our offense here. That's doubly true with Hexaghost as our act boss. Flicko37, did you hear about the Silent who managed to figure out how to store her poison digitally? She uses the Crippling Cloud storage, which is the card I'm going to take here. If we play Crippling Cloud and a block card, we'll get bonus energy on the next turn. This is also a very fantastic early upgrade. That said, there's some merit to grabbing a damage card, and if I was going to take Dagger Throw or Quick Slash, I would always prefer Dagger Throw, as getting some discard interactions can be really useful on a Silent run, potentially. Alright, and I'm not going to go to a Merchant, so though you could make an argument for going to a very early store on this run and perhaps removing a strike to pursue Art of War lines. I think I'd rather just get an additional floor with rewards. Alright, let's use the Art of War here. I'm going to go Crippling Cloud Survivor. Don't play the Neutralize. Gain a 4th energy next turn. It was not useful. That's only because we didn't get attacked by the Gray Slime. Acceptable. Computer located at other users' desks. Cloud. Deadly Cloud. Oh man, both Deadly Poison and Footwork are beautiful cards here to go with a Silent that has an Art of War. I think, given our early state, and given that we're dealing with Hexaghost as the Act Boss, we should take the card that will let us defeat the Act Boss. Generally speaking, once you've got Poison as an offense method, stacking more Poison is the best way to go. But dang if that ain't an attractive Footwork. Since I'm not allowed to avoid an early elite, I'm pretty sure I need to take this Deadly Poison. So we have an answer to Lagavulin or just even Gremlinob. We need damage cards to be able to beat them. I think I'll take one here. Already played the Neutralize. Potion's nice. That's like a Footwork. I want this dodge and roll, but I'm not sure that I'm allowed to take it yet. We need more damage currently. How's it going, SRF? Yes, indeed, there's a Steam sale on at the moment, and many, many, many games are on sale for big discounts. If you've been accumulating a wish list or just had your eye on any games, now is the time to check and see if you can pick them up for a good discount. And that does include all of the XCOM games on Steam, just to name a very small few. How do I feel about the next turn engine? It's a pretty good sort of... So the idea is accumulating bonuses on your future turns so that you can have a series of successively more powerful turns by doing stuff like getting block next turn with dodge and roll, getting energy next turn with Art of War. Can be very, very effective in some fights, but in some fights, your turn count is extremely limited. And so you need to be able to have an answer to fights where you cannot have a large number of turns. Spire Spear and Spire Shield is a really good example of a quintessentially limited fight. You really have to be able to do a lot in the first 3 turns, and ultimately have to be able to end the fight within 5 to 7 turns, or it's going to get really ugly. So the deck needs to have, yes, a long-term plan, but also a short-term plan. Sort of the quintessential dichotomy of building and Slay the Spire. It can be very hard to choose what to do, because you're being pulled in different directions at the same time. I'm going to play that strike. You dare. Can't kill him. Alright, we're slowly bleeding health, but we're getting stronger with each of these fights. Here we go. Flechettes. Damage based on the number of skills in hand is something that I really, really like as an early pickup in a skill-heavy deck, particularly as a way to deal with early elites. Wouldn't mind an Endless Agony either, but it's a little anti-Art of War, being a zero-cost attack. I'm happily going to grab this Flechettes with the Art of War. I think we can make this do a lot of damage, particularly if we can get some card draw now. And that'll probably be my first upgrade. We're going to go green path here, as we are definitely not equipped to fight multiple elites. Just one is going to be pretty scary. And look at this. Flechette's already doing 16 damage the first time we draw it, allowing me to snipe one of these gray slimes pretty easily. Spooky fight, though. These gray slimes are going to attack each and every turn, pretty mercilessly. For this fight, realistically, you have to kill a couple of the slimes as quickly as you can. Oh, I could actually go strike, strike, kill a second one here. Take 6. That feels right. Do that. Yeah, that felt right. Not playing that neutralized so that I'd have more energy this turn. For Art of War. Which I won't use. Alright, another mediocre potion. We're really, 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 really hoping this is not a Gremlin Knob. Really, 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 really hoping. Bouncing Flask, perfect card here. A 2-cost skill to sink our energy into. Bouncing Flask is one of the most energy-efficient poison cards that Silent has access to. Well, most card-efficient poison cards that Silent has access to. Pairs beautifully with the Crippling Cloud. Although the bouncing might make you think this is a multi-enemy card, it's really best against one big single target, such as our Act Boss, Hexaghost here. We could instead incorporate a second Deadly Poison, but I'd rather have the higher magnitude card, this 2-cost Bouncing Flask, so that we can spend basically all of our energy doing as much poison as possible. That might also then become my upgrade, although I'm strongly considering the Fléchette's upgrade too. 6 damage per skill in hand is a potentially very powerful punch drawn alongside a bunch of defense or poison. Less interested in the Crippling Cloud upgrade because of the 3 sentries and their artifact layer. I actually really want a card that can kill 1 sentry very quickly for that fight. This is also pretty good against Nob and Lega. We should be completely fine against Lagavulin. So let's take the upgrade that helps with the other 2. Alright, our first elite is Lagavulin. Good, that's our easiest matchup by far. We're going to patiently wait to gain energy with Artivore, and ideally open with some combination of Bouncing Flask and Crippling Cloud. I'll probably also employ the Dex Potion here. So do I Bouncing Flask, Strike, Strike? No, I think I want a Crippling Cloud neutralize next turn. I don't get the Art of War. Just Crippling Cloud next turn? Seems mediocre, but I really don't like my line of... Well, I could just Bouncing Flask and don't play the strikes. Next turn, Crippling Cloud, defend, neutralize. Okay, yeah, no, I like that way more. There we go. Took me a moment to find that. Could have also skipped the neutralize there to gain 1 more energy on this next draw. Hey. I'm cool with how this turned out. Poison works extremely well against this foe. Need to play the weak to have them weak next turn. Probably just triple defend then. Let the poison kill them. Really good fight. Only a couple damage taken, and the loss of our potion that we replace with a better potion. The Cunning Potion gives us 3 Shiv pluses, and one of the best relics we could have found for the early game here. Horncleave gives us Visions of Boat Thingy, giving us block on turn 2 of each combat. That's useful in so many situations. Very good in the elite fights of Act 1, very good for the Hexaghost as well. Of all the boat thingy relics, that's certainly the best that we could have picked up. Do I add a Dagger Spray for area damage? I don't know that I do. I've got Fléchettes and Crippling Cloud keeping me covered here. Could add a Deflect, but I don't have any Dexterity proper. Do I go headlong into the next elite? No upgrade, even. Seems a bit spooky. I think I'd rather have another... like a poison stab or something? I'll do one more fight. I regret this immediately. Dang it. Instant regret. I think we're gonna have to use the weak potion on the thief, deadly poison, the acid slime. This is pretty bad. This might mean we have to dodge the elite. We'll see. Probably one of the worst fights you can get in Act 1 is these two. I don't really care about my money, I just need to stop hemorrhaging hit points here. So, avoid playing a strike, get more energy next turn. Flechette's is better than a strike. Actually glad we got attacked a third time. So he already weakened. We'll be at 10 poison, so we cleanly kill here. This means we'll get our money back. 25 health is a little sketchy. But I get a second bouncing flask? I'm in. With Art of War in particular, and with Horncleat to give me the block to allow me to play these for relatively low barrier of entry, I love having 2 bouncing flasks in this deck. And I'm moderately okay with a pen nib, doubling the damage of every 10th attack. Useful for our flechettes, if nothing else. If we get a heal at this event, we could have a very comfortable couple of elite fights. Otherwise, we do. Okay. Well, that's perfect. Delicious banana. Brings us back into acceptable health range, and now we're looking at something that's a lot more viable. Let's fight an elite. First up, the 3 nerds. So Flechette's does 18 here. Unfortunately, all of them have 1 layer of artifacts, which is going to make it rather difficult to damage them. I see that we also have to deal with double bouncing flask being a thing. All of these sentries rolled a lot of health, too. Usually in this fight, it's a priority to kill one of them as quickly as you can. I'm thinking we do that with Flechette's Strike. Deal 24, bring them to 20. That way we can maybe kill with a Cunning Potion or something. Block for a little bit here. Would have liked to play the Crippling Cloud to get rid of the artifact layers, but I'm not sure it does what we need it to. Alright, this turn is fine, but starting next turn, things are going to get really gnarly. No, I think I need to use this now. We don't need to really block the damage this turn, but I do need to reduce the number of targets for Bouncing Flask. Very urgently. Actually hope we bottom deck one of these two. Dang. Alright, play 1 block for 5. Seems like the only reasonable line here. Cool. Keep you weakened for longer. Strike that one. So we can rest at that fire if we need to. A lot of upfront damage. The Bouncing Flask is better, though. In terms of making sure we don't get hit again here. Beautiful. Alright, not too bad a fight, all things considered. Jonathan-a-thon, thanks for 29 months of support. Wow, we get Wing Boots and a Block Potion. That can definitely make a difference. Wing Boots allow us to ignore paths when choosing the next room to travel to, up to 3 times. If you want something that can do some upfront damage, Unload's actually pretty decent. Though I don't like it how it discards non-attack cards. I do like how much damage it does, and how much security it gives us against, say, Gremlin Knob. Do I think Wing Boots would be too good with unlimited charges? A little bit too good, yeah. You could definitely do some very silly things with unlimited Wing Boots charges, although it'd make for really good seeded runs. If you want to feel what that's like, try the flight modifier in custom mode, which gives you exactly that, unlimited wing boots. Then you can fly wherever and do whatever. I'm going to take this unload. And I'm going to upgrade one of our bouncing flask for massively more poison. I think Crippling Cloud will be the next upgrade. I could use Wing Boots to go for upgrades instead of an Elite at this point. Although I think I'm very good at this Elite. If I just proceed to Hexaghost, we'll easily win. I will get to upgrade Crippling Cloud and either Deadly Poison or the other Bouncing Flask. Would this kill Nob? It should. As long as we draw either of the Bouncing Flasks on turn 1, as long as Flechettes is drawn at all decently. And don't forget that on turn 2, we get 14 free block, and on turn 3, we could use a block potion, and the Gremlin Nob will likely be weak. So even if it takes us 4 turns to kill the Gremlin Nob, we'll only take about 10 damage. We also do get money and a card reward for beating this Elite. Stuff we won't get if I choose the upgrade line. I also get to keep the Wing Boots charge. I think we're much better off taking this fight and seeing how we fare against the Gremlin Nob. That said, this is not the opening turn I was looking for, so we might be in one of those take some damage situations. Need to make sure the weak goes for full 3 turns here. Next turn, we hopefully Bouncing Flask. There we go. Bouncing Flask. I could also go Flechette's Deadly Poison Unload is an interesting option here. Let's have a look-see. Let's see. This put him to 8 poison, and we do an additional 26. We're definitely not killing next turn, so this is going to be a block potion situation, and I am going to use the Bouncing Flask. Bouncing Flask and Unload, I think. Don't want to give him too much strength. We need that 15 poison. So let me just check. 43 minus 14, 13, 18. Yes, okay. So 3 strikes kills. Guaranteed, which means I can play Defend, Block Potion, Strike, Strike. We take 7 and we win. We get a Frozen Egg very early on. I think that's probably worth the investment we just put in, as that'll likely lead to a few free upgrades over the course of the run. Also thinking that this might be the kind of deck that wants an Expertise, a skill that says draw until you have 6 cards in hand. At this point, do I take another event? Grab that. So that'll mean Footwork Plus if we ever see another Footwork, too. Tools the Trade Plus, After Image Plus, Wraith Form Plus, all things that we can find. Often inclined to go for combats as long as I've got an empty potion slot. Well-Laid Plans Plus. Event could be another Elite, which I might fight or might avoid, depending on which one. Event could be a removal, which I'd really appreciate. I'd be fine with a shop, too. Let's take a look at the event. It is a removal. Although that brings us perilously low on health, or I could take money if I feel like those 7 hit points are going to be very important against Hexaghost. Truthfully, I don't think they are. So I'll pay 7 gold and lose a strike pretty happily. And I think Bouncing Flask is the best upgrade for Hexaghost, but I'm going to upgrade our Crippling Cloud, so that we'll be slightly better in Act 2. 16 health should be plenty for this boss, particularly with our abundance of poison shenanigans that we can do. Just gonna not play strike, huh? Pendib the flechettes? Yeah, actually. And here the goal is basically stack as much poison as humanly possible to make sure that Hexaghost dies as quickly as possible. Not as bad as it looks, actually. We don't need to burn the potion. Although I am definitely considering it. This will only be 8 times 2 with neutralize, so incoming damage is 10. We block 5, take 5, go to 7. Not that bad. Hexaghost won't attack us next turn, and we should kill before the times 2 attack that follows. Yeah. Got a fever, and the only cure is more poison. GG. Alright. Still down a potion. Well, none of these are powers, unfortunately. Phantasmal Killer doubles our attack damage. Not that good, given that we're relatively few in attacks. Definitely don't want 2 copies of Unload. I might be convinced to take Bullet Time here. We've got a couple expensive skills. Crippling Cloud, Bouncing Flask, Bouncing Flask. And we're going to be adding a bunch of card draw, which can make Bullet Time quite useful. Bullet Time could be very useful if we find a particular boss relic like Snekowai or Runic Pyramid. But it'll probably be a bit less useful if I find an energy relic. Still, I think it's got potential here. Bullet Time is an energy cheat, allowing you to, if you can get a lot of cards in your hand and pay for the Bullet Time, allows you to play a whole bunch of cards without paying for them. And that can be very good. Well, I was wondering if we'd end up with this dire trichotomy. Fusion hammers here, letting us gain more energy, but we can no longer upgrade at rest sites. That's a bit of a mixed bag. The energy's appreciated, but the lack of upgrades does hinder us a little bit in long term. Good news is all powers will be upgraded, so it's not that bad. But the biggest loss is the inability to upgrade any catalysts that we find. Could take Black Star, giving us extra relics off elites. Given that we have the ability to visit many elites thanks to Wing Boots, Black Star can be very, very, very powerful here, but only if we can handle elites. And I think the deck does struggle a little bit currently. The good news is Horn Cleat will help a lot. I think we're better against elites in Act 3, but I'm okay if that's what this ends up being, is a relic that mostly pays off in Act 3. Lastly, Wristblade, actually kind of amusing here. 0 cost attacks deal 4 extra damage, most notably makes any card discounted by Bullet Time deal more damage. So we could have a very amusing interaction between Bullet Time and Flechettes, although I don't think it would be that good in practice. I'm going to take the Black Star here. I don't like the Fusion Hammer that much, especially as I might be using the Wing Boots to visit rest sites if we can't handle the elites. Certainly there's an abundance of elites to fight, but are we capable of actually taking them? I'm not so sure. I might be more inclined to do something like take a path like this. Keep us fairly safe and secure for the moment. Save our wing boots charges for later. Man, we gotta deal with Collector at the end of this too. Hopefully taking 400 gold into a shop can change our situation a little bit. But right at the moment, we lack the immediate damage to take out and one of the 3 slavers, and we lack the area damage to effectively deal with Gremlin Leader. We are not set up for elite fighting at the moment. But bird fighting, that's a different story. Could play these. I'm gonna choose not to. I see. Do 10. Can't kill this bird, so we have to take a bunch of damage. Brutal. Strike here, unload here. There's no mercy. Destroyed. Really would have been an easier fight if we'd drawn Crippling Cloud earlier. Oh well. We at least made it through that fight without too much difficulty. Masterful Stab? I don't think so. Could be good, shockingly. Rather have a backstab, though. Definitely rather have a backstab. Could take Warp Tongs here, given that we are about to stroll into a shop. Warp Tongs would let us upgrade 1 card in our hand every turn at random. That could be pretty useful. Or we could opt for the single targeted upgrade that doesn't come paired with a curse. An option I'm more and more finding myself taking, is that extra card removal is an awfully big deal. I do like the upgrade on Expertise right away, also. Give me 1 more card draw. Other decent option is upgrade the Deadly Poison. I think I'm going to upgrade Expertise here. And a stroll into the shop. Hey. And there it is, the reason to not Fusion Hammer, which is an unupgraded Catalyst. There's also some really nice choices here. Either Bag of Preparation for more cards on turn 1, or Lantern for more energy on turn 1. We could even do both, but then I wouldn't be able to buy other stuff necessarily. Can I do Catalyst, Lantern, Bag of Prep? That would mean not taking the on-sale footwork, so I really don't think that's going to happen. Much more likely to go Catalyst, Card Removal, Bag of Prep, Footwork, or Catalyst, Card Removal, Lantern, Footwork. Centennial says, now we win if we get to the boss. Well, good news. With Wing Boots, I can get to the boss. There's also Chemical X here, making our X-Cost cards stronger, but I currently don't have any. Alright, well, I think we're all agreed that Catalyst is a must-buy here. Catalyst gives us the power to kill the boss, especially, but many, many things in the late game. Doubly so if we can get our hands on a burst. So if I buy this, I have exactly 3 hundo left. It's also Leg Sweep. Leg Sweep looks pretty spicy, too. Actually, I want that Leg Sweep. Can I do Leg... Can't do leg sweep, remove, and a relic, huh? I agree. With the bullet time of the deck, I like the bag more as well. Alright, I'll make it bag and remove. I miss you, leg sweep. I always will. See you later, Phaley. Have a wonderful weekend. No getting silly runs while you're out. Well, that I can't agree to, unfortunately. Could take a potion here, I suppose. We might end up discarding a potion if I do that. But it's an option. I think I'd rather save the money. Well, well, well. It isn't the chosen one. This turn might smart a bit. $34 plus 18. $52. Okay. Flechette's first. They're all plus. I'm not sure why, but they are. And I particularly like Acrobatics Plus. Draw 4, discard 1. Acro Plus is the way that we make the Flechettes into a real powerhouse of a card. It's the way we make the Bullet Time into the energy cheat it was meant to be. Yes. Absolutely yes. And yeah, I think we want to upgrade Bullet Time pretty quickly here. Well, our next upgrades are going to be Catalyst and Bullet Time. And then from there, I don't think it matters much. Oh, we could also be Ghosts if we want to. I even have an unload to let me discard the apparitions. This seems like a no-brainer, honestly. Giving us intangibility gives us time to deploy deadly poisons onto our foes. Stacks amazingly well with Wraith Form. I think they're perfect here. We only get 3 of them on this difficulty level, and it comes at the cost of half of our maximum health, which is a steep price to pay. I'm wondering if I now jump over here. We go upgrade Catalyst, fight an Elite, take a Relic, fight an Elite. And then I have options from there. Yeah, we could use 2 charges for 1 bonus fire. I don't think that's worth it. But 1 charge for 4 bonus relics? That sounds like a good deal. I'll do it. I think we're in position now. Okay, we can deliberately lure the leader into attacking me. I think I'm actually just going to kill the Fat Gremlin. Don't use the apparition. That seems more reasonable. Footwork. Defend. Neutralize you. Unload here. We do get attacked, which is good. Sort of. Could Acro to try to find Apparition or Bullet Time. Let's do that. Both. Good. Discard 1. Good. I'd prefer the additional energy next turn, so I'm not going to play this strike. No reason not to play this. Can't do strike, bouncing flask, catalyst. But I could just do strike, bouncing flask. Better to get the catalyst on the leader this turn, though. So let's just do bouncing flask. Yeah! Catalyze that. Get destroyed, nerd. Alright, one elite down for no price whatsoever. And look at the rewards. Already we get +1 strength, which is going to make these flechettes into a truly demonic force. Potion belt for more accumulation of resource. And if we want, we can take a deadly poison, but I don't want one. We get another relic here, Nunchaku. Set up to be right before the pen nib. That's kind of interesting. Or I can take the blue key here. This is not likely a deck that's going to get a whole lot of use out of the Nunchaku. Nunchaku Artivore is kind of interesting. Let's not. And let's fight another elite. Greetings! I think this calls for a skill potion. Don't like that Catalyst is in the opening hand. We can double Apparition here, that's good, but we're not getting started on the poison, that's bad. We could try to draw Bullet Time with Acro, but note we only actually get to draw 2 cards because there are currently 9 in hand. I'm going to use the skill potion. Ooh, Burst. Or Calculated Gamble. Or Concentrate. All good options here. Concentrate, discard 3 strikes. Lets me play Apparition, Apparition, Bouncing Flask, Catalyst. That's got to be the play. Or I could do Bouncing Flask, Burst, Catalyst, but no, that's not good. We could Burst an Apparition for 3 turns of Intangible. That's the other reasonable line. We could, yes, actually also play Acrobatics with the Burst. Or, sorry, with the Concentrate, as that would give us room in hand. And we could then maybe find Bullet Time or just change our options for the turn. It may not necessarily be a better turn than Apparition, Apparition, Bouncing Flask, Catalyst, though. I guess I would Bouncing Flask first and see who got hit before I Acroed. Actually, is that true? So I have 5 energy. I could still play Bullet Time if I drew into it. We could also draw into a Flechette that can just kill somebody. Alright, let's see what we get. Neither of those things. Right, that's what I was worried about. Alright, in that case, I'll discard one of the Apparitions. Or I could do 15 poison on somebody. Could do Apparition, Apparition, Deadly Poison, Catalyst. Unload does 30, that's pretty good. Looks like that Flechette is going to hit really hard when we draw it. Unload expertise? You realize that unload discards expertise, right? One of the many reasons I don't like unload. I wish that worked. I really wish it did. Alright, I think I'll do it this way. I'll go for the guaranteed. I don't want to rely on Bouncing Flask to hit this guy. Seems like a bad line. Goes for the Entangle, not the Vulnerable. Very cool. Which means I can't play the Flechettes, which I guess I'm okay with. That's funny. Alright, the good news is they're both slowly dying. The bad news is, so am I. I think we might be dead here. Yeah. Taken too soon. Wait, we're live? On 1. Now we're taken too soon. Wow, that just went catastrophically bad, huh? Dang. GG. I had such high hopes for this run. Let's do another one. There's a mediocre elite snipe available. 12 max HP is interesting. Not with the shops this early, though. Am I playing XCOM today? No. No, we'll be playing XCOM next week. Later today, we'll be playing Peglin. The Peggle-like roguelite. I'll go leg sweep first here. Alright. Let's just go remove that curse. Interesting start so far. Peglin was our community voted game this month. Therefore, I am honor bound to play it with Twitch chat. Let's make this a 3 Elite Act 1, hey? Why did I choose to accept the curse there? Because I was going to be visiting a shop very shortly. So I wouldn't have to do any fights with the curse in the deck. And I wanted to get a sort of a leg up on the start of this run here. Ooh, Snecko Skull. I'm gonna go Terror first, though. Apply 99 Vuln. Snecko Skull says, whenever we apply poison, apply 1 more, which definitely makes this early Bouncing Flask pretty juicy. There's accuracy here, too. Interesting. Could also do something like Sadistic Nature Bouncing Flask. Wow, this is a cool shop. Very cool shop. Go Vajra. Accuracy. Bouncing Flask. Yeah, I'll take the Strike Dummy too. That's going to make it really easy to kill Slime Boss. Like, really easy. Look at that. Strikes do 10 damage. That's too much damage. Unironically, second Blade Dance over Catalyst? I already have an accuracy and a terror. So I think I take the Blade Dance. Hurting my brain. But look at this. Blade Dance now does 36 damage. Hey, nice. Cheaper card removals from here on out. Always a good thing to find this early. Offered another terror. Shame. Don't need this Masterful Stab or this Dagger Throw. We have a very, very good foundation of cards for this Silent Run, and I am exceedingly excited for what happens from here. Very, very excited. Just gonna make some shivs. Put those in the deck for later. Pretty much optimal draw order here. I think we're going to perfect this fight without even using a potion. $15 damage strikes. And now, a tough bandages. Whenever we discard a card during our turn, gain 3 block. That's good stuff. Dagger throw blocks? Dagger throw blocks. I'm gonna grab this dagger throw. It's a 10 damage block for 3. In addition to the, draw 1, discard 1 aspect. And look at that, a turn where I need to block for 3. Convenience. Let's see, shivs are just 5, 7 each. It's only 21. Deck is so good. Well, these set of relics are so good, more accurately. Poison Stab, Backflip. Definitely like Backflip more and more the more I play Silent. I think I'm going to grab one here early. Basic block, but also very valuable card draw. And the sort of hybrid between the two ends up being really, really effective. It's a good value card, whether you need the draw or the block. It's giving you something you want. Hmm. $84 minus 7. 77. Health split. I don't even think I need to use the cutting potion. It's a tough time for Mr. Slime Boss. Tough luck, but goodbye. GG. Well, that was a very easy-looking Act 1. A couple very good early relics, some very synergistic cards, Blade Dance, Terror, Accuracy, all multiplying each other. That turned out really effective very quickly. We could further amplify things with a Phantasmal Killer, making our attacks deal double damage on the next turn. That way we could have 30 damage strikes. Or we could say that we don't need to do that, and that we would rather keep the deck small, which I'm kind of compelled by. Alchemize is an acceptable option too. Letting us generate potions each combat can be very broadly useful, but less so if I'm holding on to a Fairy in a Bottle. Honestly, I think I should skip here, keep this deck compact, and look to lean more into the relics that we already have. Perhaps by transforming and upgrading my cards? Not very interested in Ectoplasm when I have the Golden Idol here. Ecto does give us more energy, but that energy comes at the cost of losing access to money. We still can remove cards aggressively thanks to Smiling Mask, but we'll lose out on all the extra gold, so that's a bit sad. Would I pick up an Envenom Skull? You betcha. Although I'd like it to be upgraded ideally. Draw one every turn's not too bad, but does hurt on turn 1 a little bit. I think Astrolabe's the real pick here. Transform and upgrade 3 cards. I'll transform 3 strikes, turning them into a Backflip plus, a Slice plus, and a Bane plus, and I think that's a pretty significant upgrade. The Slice does exactly as much damage as the Strike used to do, but is free. The Bane is very, very good damage against something poisoned by Bouncing Flask, and another upgraded Backflip helps out the block game substantially. I'll take it. Generally speaking, Anisbana, I prefer Pandora's Box to Astrolabe. Quantity over quality and all that. But both are very good. Something like this. Get a card removed here, get an upgrade here, figure it out from there. We might go for more upgrades, or we might start fighting elites. It's really going to depend on how we feel. Let's knock one out of the air here. You. Gotta hit the birds 4 times in 1 turn to down them. Thankfully, the Shiv potion we have can make that comparatively easy. And then once they're on the ground, I'll focus on finishing them off. Excuse you. Alright, not too bad. I'll take it prepared. We've got tough bandages, so taking and upgrading this card is completely on the menu. To give us draw 2, discard 2, block for 6 at 0 cost. Particularly with 2 backflips in the deck, we want some 0 cost cards with value. That's a great one. And keep the current potions. In an abandoned temple, you find a giant book, open and riddled with cryptic writings. If we're willing to sacrifice 21 hit points to this book, we can get a relic, one of 3, which can provide us bonuses in combats. Either the Enchilada, giving us a random power on turn 1 for free, the Nilri's Codex, letting us look at one of 3 cards to add to our draw pile each turn, or the Necronomicon, which doubles the first 2-cost attack we play each turn. Currently, the deck has no 2-cost attacks, which makes the Necronomicon a bit of a dead relic. The Enchiridion and Nilries would both be pretty good. Not thrilled with losing my health at the moment. I don't really want to play with Nilries at the moment, which means there's a 2/3 chance of getting a relic I'm not interested in, which means I don't want to take this event. But I do want a relic, and that relic is an anchor. A news anchor. The news is we have a new relic. We really need to win next turn, huh? Do I go Terror? Yeah, rather than... Bouncing Flask is what, 23 damage? Terror Bane's going to be more than that, although the 1 extra daze could matter. This is still 1 extra dazed. Fair enough. Now we might even need to use the Cunning Potion to get the kill here, but as you can see, it's absolutely essential that we win on this turn, or else massive damage to our face will occur. Not bad. Catalyst is back. Currently just have the 1 Bouncing Flask, which means I'm not that inclined to pick it up, especially without an upgrade. I don't think so. Maple Manatee, thanks you so much for 15 months. Day late and $1 short, but it's not too late to donate to Pride with Friends. If you want to support Point of Pride, you can absolutely still donate to the campaign, which will be going on for the next week or so. Yesterday, as stream raised over $2,500 for Point of Pride, more than twice as good as we did back in 2021. I'm really blown away by the collective generosity all of you manifested on that day, the day of yesterday. Easy calc gamble with tough bandages, particularly when the deck has 2 backflips. Really good with the blade dances too, as I'm allowed to gamble away my shivs for block. Wouldn't call this a particularly good Infinite Blades. I mean, we do have Shiv benefits, so there's some interaction there. But not enough for me to be particularly compelled. What I do really like, especially since we're on 3 energy here, is further removing the basic attack cards, like Strike. Although I could be compelled to remove a Defend here, actually. Let's lose 1 Defend, because the Strike dummy says the Strikes are still good. And I want to add this Dark Shackles. 0 cost, lower an enemy's strength for 1 turn. Absolutely massively. A really good way to deal with any multi-attacking enemy, such as the Heart, but also the Book of Stabbing. So many good upgrades. I don't think I'm going to reuse Gamble much initially. Let's see here. We'll want it upgraded for the Collector fight. I'm thinking we might want to do this path. Or this path, depending on how many events we want. I feel pretty good about an Elite right now. Especially if I upgrade either Terror or Prepared. Currently on 3 energy, I'm feeling like this deck needs to upgrade Terror more than anything to get energy efficiency. Just having 1 more energy to spend on 1 turn can make such a big difference in Slay the Spire. And this turn should be a good highlight of exactly what I mean by that. This is a great opening draw. Could do Bouncing Flask, Terror, Bane. Bane would be 32 damage. I think I'd rather do Backflip. Well, let's Prepared first. Okay, neutralize. Yeah, let's Backflip. Some more block here. Okay, with accuracy and the Cunning Potion, I guarantee you we can slay the Red Slaver on turn 1. So let's do that. These are 13 apiece. So 39 actually means I can avoid having to use Terror on the Red Slaver. Let's do it as follows. Middle guy next? Nah, we can go for him last. It's not always correct to leave the middle one for last. I think I do it more often out of habit than I should. But if you're really heavy on the offense, I think it is correct. You want to take away the weakening of the green slaver. Let's weaken you, because I expect the front guy to be dead next turn. Yep. This deck can do some damage. A perfect fight with only one potion invested. We are offered a third Blade Dance, which is mighty tempting, all things considered. This Blade Dance is hit like a truck. Let's take one more. Should be the last one we take. I don't really like having more than 3 Blade Dances in a silent deck. Worrisome. This is a fight we're not particularly good at, with an opening draw that was truly atrocious. Puts us in grave danger. Yeah. Alright, this has to get played. Unfortunately. I've changed targets there with the terror. Wasn't enough to kill any one of them, though. Alright, I'm going to Blade Dance, gamble for the block. Blade Dance again. We even got one of our shivs back. I'd love to see it. Blade Dances seem pretty good. We'll grab one free block with the plus on it. Seems pretty reasonable. And I'm very happy to have the manga. I think we're still on great track to go this way. We could maybe think about going for the Burning Elite. Given that we know it's not Slavers. Would be either plus something Gremlin Leader or Book of Stabbing. But I get less events. We gotta play the Bouncing Flask here. Never happy to see the Book of Stabbing doing a single big stab on turn 1. It's a bad time. Pretty clean, though. Get a tiny chest giving us a treasure room after every 4th question mark. Kind of interesting, given that we're about to visit 3. And a well-laid plan, letting us retain a card at the end of each turn. You better believe I'm taking that and upgrading that basically immediately. I'm also very happy with a Gremlin Horn, giving us a card draw and an energy when an enemy is killed. Oh boy. That didn't go how I wanted it to. This does, though. Kind of. Acrobatics Plus. Draw 4, discard 1. And the more zero-cost cards the deck accumulates, the better that kind of draw becomes. Blackson says, is there a set pattern when a fight happens in a question mark room? Your chance for a fight starts at 10% in a question mark room, and then every time you visit a question mark room and don't get a fight, the chance for a fight in the next room goes up. So it starts at 10%, but then goes to 20%, 30%, 40%, so on. In addition to this, there's a special class of events that we call shrine events in Slay the Spire. Essentially, there are 2 rarities of event, common and rare, with the rares being shrines. And if you encounter a event from the shrine list, then your next question mark room will always be a combat. Glad I have a fairy in a bottle for this fight. Don't want to play backflip there because I don't want to draw into a power that I then can't play, like the well-laid plans. This is not what I wanted to draw. Okay, we'll barely live this turn. Uncomfortable. Sweep brings us to 15, so if I leg sweep Survivor, we block for 22. Incoming damage would be 14 plus 15, 29, so we would not survive. Except with Fairy. That means I have to Acrobatics. Okay. 11 damage apiece. I think we still end up using the... Actually, wait. This works. Yeah. Easy. Never didn't have it. Gotta put an end to this fight quickly, though, because if Collector decides that they want to attack us repeatedly, there's not a lot I can do about that. Alright, that was pretty good damage, but will it be enough? Can get the Blade Dance. I think we're good. Right? I'd better math this, otherwise I'm gonna die. Okay. We only need to do 30 damage. The shivs are 4 base plus 7, so 11 base. Oh yeah, that's gonna be enough. GG. Little spooky, but we make it with the fairy intact there. And there's the Envenom. We're asked if I would take one whenever an attack deals unblocked damage, apply not 1 but 2 poison. And I think that's pretty dang good indeed. As a damage power here, the number of hits we deliver is substantial, and making this Envenom apply to each of those attacks should be pretty fantastic. Unfortunately, we're not offered energy, though. Shame I didn't take Alchemize to go with this Sacred Bark. Our choices are Black Star for extra relics, Sacred Bark for double potions, or Snecko Eye to draw more cards each turn, but at random cost. Deck's kind of built around low/0 cost stuff, so I really don't like the Snecko Eye much. Which means I'm either taking the doubled potions or the Black Star. Double potions could be a difference maker here. Especially if we can find Potion Belt after the fact. But I'm going to gamble on the Black Star. Let's see what we can do. We do have to get the green key, which might mean that we can't face too many elites. The good news is I can fight 3, so we'll get 3 extra relics off the Black Star. Lots of upgrades, too. And a couple of shops. Definitely want to go to the early shop with the Smiling Mask for that guaranteed cheap card remove. Love to see it. That said, 3 energy per turn is really not that much. So we are really going to struggle in most fights, I think. Just most of them. Okay, we just killed him. Okay. Energy potion's very helpful. Upgraded bouncing flask also seems not bad at all, considering it applies 16 poison. I'll take that. I'm here to remove cards. And chew bubblegum. I'm all out of bubblegum. Could opt to take the Prismatic Shard here, giving us cards from all colors. I don't think that's what we want, though, at this point of the run. Although, energy generating cards from the other characters could really make a big difference. If we can get our hand on, say, a Turbo, that'd be pretty interesting. And it is, as pointed out to me, Pride Month still. All right. I'll take it. Let's see what it can do for us, if anything. You must perish. Get him. You heard him. 2 poison per attack. Them's the rules. Battle Trance. No, not with this many draw cards. Battle Trance stops our turn. That maneuver's interesting. Got a Will Aid plans? I might need to take this out maneuver. We need energy generation, whatever the form, so I'll do it. Energy generation at any cost. These stinky repulsors. They're positively repulsive. Best part is when you can use the energy from outmaneuver to pay for outmaneuver. That's a good feeling. Not going to take a Blade Dance, but I am going to take a Panic Button. Gain 30 block, but then I can't gain block from cards, but I can gain block from Tough Bandages. Not bad. Give me a Relic. Centennial Puzzle is a pretty good card draw. I'm going to take it. So I'm allowed to take the blue key here. Going to upgrade the outmaneuver first, but I'll note that maybe the Envenom is the correct upgrade. Don't even need to gamble here. Seems fine. Commence the getting shivved for poison. Good. This part hurts. Maybe a good energy potion turn. Figured as much. Well, you can't hurt me if you're dead. Alright, one boss down. We get a Molten Egg upgrading any attacks we add, and a Pantograph healing us at the start of boss fights. We're offered one more upgraded Blade Dance. Conjure Blade's kind of hilarious, but we don't have what it takes. Our first Act 3 boss is not Time Eaters, so I'm a little more encouraged to pick up a fourth Blade Dance. But I think against Heart, we really can't afford to have one more of these. So I must skip. Also have to skip that. Unfortunately, I took the Centennial Puzzle instead, and I'll stand by that. Shuriken's nice, but probably overkill here. Giant Head shouldn't be too bad. Well, I say that. Alright, please give me enough energy to do something. And enough card draw to do something with it. Jeez. I still feel like I'm barely accomplishing a thing here. Problems detected. Panic button? Rude. Alright, what about the belay dances then? Can I get you? I don't think so, huh? That's really unfortunate. Ah. Frustrating. However, the relics I get, I think, make up for it. We get an incense burner, giving us intangible every 6 turns, and a dead branch. Not bad. And a bullet time. I'm going to go ahead and take. I'm going to snooze rather than upgrading anything. I'm going to fight one more elite for 2 more relics, roll into a shop. I think we're going to be in okay shape here. That's right, 2 rare relics from the same fight. Pretty cool. More after images, please. Now, of course, the Dead Branch can only give me cards that are from Silent card pool. Still pretty sweet, though. Great turn. Oh, apologies about that, Silvardo. Did you hear about the Silent who invented a new kind of knife? It's cutting-edge technology. Also cutting-edge is this paper crane. Enemies that are weak are going to deal 40% less damage rather than 25%. One of the best defensive relics in the game, if you ask me. And this is the exact card I was thinking of to help us with our 3 energy problem. A turbo, giving us instantly 2 energy, but putting a void into the discard pile. No problemo. Ooh, Souvenir is here, Sadistic Nature is here. Some fun options. Pun feels like I just came up with it last night. It's true, I improvised with my razor-sharp wit. Oh, actually, if we buy the Clockwork Souvenir, we have exactly enough money for 2 card removals with the Smiling Mask. 1 here and 1 at the start of next act. That feels too good to not do. We can use that artifact with this Flex Potion to do some really nasty stuff as well. I do think that the Catalyst is a bit redundant. We'll be doing plenty of damage, I assure you. Do I upgrade Turbo, Bullet Timer, and Venom? I think I'm going to upgrade the Bullet Time. But all 3 are good. Remember, we're getting healing from the Pantograph here. Iron Phoenix, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Now draw cards. So Bullet Time does use the Clockwork Souvenirs artifact charge, which is kind of a bad thing. But is it really? Get some more cards in hand. Perfection. Think about playing the Blade Dance and creating new cards before I play Bullet Time. But let's get the Envenom down first. And the accuracy, yeah. Going for Donu first as usual here. Ooh, great cards to get. Not bad at all. Go Crippling Cloud, neutralize? No, neutralize Crippling Cloud. And then I can Bullet Time again. Seems nice. You stay weakened forever, sir. Good talk. Show me the Blade Dance. That's not a Blade Dance. Guess I'll do it this way. Iron Phoenix says, found me on YouTube. Thanks for the content. Happy to be able to catch me live. You're welcome. Always happy to hear people finding their way here via the YouTube. It's crazy to me how many have done so at this point. Like, truly mind-blowing to me. Oh, real shame I can't play this finisher. I'm going to go ahead and Nightmare Calculator gamble next turn. Oh, also we're intangible. For bonus points. Put this on 3. That'll set us up nicely for Awakened One. Maybe Time Eater. Alright, boss 1 down. Boss 2 is... yes, the Awakened One. So we should be probably intangible for the first multi-attack. Against the Awakened one, the boss will gain strength for every power we play. Pretty mandatory that I play the well-laid plans, maybe the Envenom. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit up to the Dead Branch, what we do. Oh, Storm of Steel also blocks for a ton. Let's do it. Give me the cards. All the cards. Another storm. Twice as much storm, twice as much steel. Steel yourselves, chat. Truly, the real storm was inside us the whole time. It's the friends we made along the way. Turbo bouncing. Great catalyst, too. Grand finale. Oh, and I have Artifact? How convenient. Well, I'm not holding double grand finale with 42 cards in the draw pile. No, no thank you. It's gonna be a not today from me, dog. I'll just gamble. But what about the third finale? If I can kill it this turn, I can play accuracy. I can only kill it this turn if I play accuracy. Oh, malaise. There we go. Cool. Just lose your strength. Perfect. Keep these two cards. Not sure how we'll block next turn, but I leave that as an exercise for future Baylor. Actually, wait. I'll block this turn with Unload. Thanks, Paper Crane. Ideally, we want to end this fight with the Incense Burner set to 4, so that in these Spire Spear and Spire Shield fights, we have an easier time. Really big turn next turn. Not too much damage. We need to kill on 4, so... Probably best to stop now. Set up the Wraith form, gamble into it. Let's die next turn. Do it. And just in case, give me like a crap ton of backstabs. Commence the stabbing. Alright, pretty thrilled we never had to fight Time Eater here. We've got a heck of a lot of relics as we're headed into Act 4. Two thump, but deep pulsing dread. Can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this evil? Definitely feels like the Black Star has really helped with the Dead Branch and the Paper Crane in particular coming in clutch there. Let us upgrade either the Turbo or the Prepared. I want more draw. That's right, Dead Branch with Prismatic Shard only gives you cards from your character's class. So we're only able to see silent cards from the Dead Branch. That's not necessarily the worst thing, though. Okay, rude. I accept this. Do we Flex Potion in this fight? Yes, because I don't want to... I want to use this to block Vulnerable against Heart. So I'm going to use this here. More Intangible next turn, so we hit this one first. Perfect. Also, the Bullet Time was going to use the artifact, so... Seemed like a no-brainer. Really good hits. Almost KOing the Spire shields. This is 32. Take one on purpose for Centennia Puzzle? Deal. Not my focus. Anything but that. Now we just want to make sure Incense Burner is on... I could accept it on 1, actually. But ideally 3 or 4. Because if I'm blocking the Vulnerable with Souvenir, I don't actually want the Intangible during the first attack cycle of Heart. I'm also immune to the Frail, right? We have Turnip? Yeah, I'm immune to the Frail and the Vuln, so we actually want Incense on 1. Although the fight might go long enough for us to have 2 intangible turns. I'm still going to go set it to 1. That's comfortable. Oh, we got a speed potion! So I could use it for 5 decks instead, of course. Go figure. Am I going to do that? Strongly consider. Strongly consider. Doubly so if I take leap. Oh, and then we have the added factor that I drew bullet time on turn 1, so if I want to use the bullet time, I have to use the speed potion, because the bullet time will eat my artifact charge. Okay, cool. Keep leg sweep acrobatics. Yes. Could keep the dark shackles. Doesn't feel like a good idea though. First multi-attack's only going to be 1 by 15. Nice try, nerd. Note that the beat of death is really a problem, though. That's pretty spicy. Keep the second well-laid plans, or keep the nightmare? Nightmare for what? Nothing good to... nightmare calculated gamble, of course. Right. If only there was a gamble to calculate. Could also nightmare the accuracy, but that seems silly. So, I'm not able to generate block traditionally on this turn, but I am allowed to generate block from the tough bandages. Get another candle. Just love it when a plan comes together. And now we're intangible. On a turn I'd really, really enjoy to be intangible. Or... damage in there. Now 4 by 15. Make it 2 by 15, 3 by 15. 2 by 15, 2 by 15. Easy. You get to take a single point of damage this fight. And it doesn't feel like I'm about to either. Keep these 3 cards. Nope. Hold stop. No damage taken today, Mr. Hart. GG. GG. Not too bad at all. Managing to make a 3-energy deck with Silent gloriously succeed there. Thanks to a lot of really good relics. GG. That was a tough one, but a very, very fun one. I'll take it. Be free, my fairy friend. Be free. Nope, I was one off by the title, by the way. We're actually at 188. Not 187. Beautiful. We had that fairy for a very long time. Let's see, when did we pick them up? Has it been done? Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. GG, this one felt ahead of the curve right from the get-go, getting that free elite, picking up such good damage cards at the start. We got Terror, Blade Dance, Accuracy very quickly, and that just let us massacre everybody. The second Lagavulin was free, Slime Boss was free. Collector was scary, though. Act 2 was mostly free. So where did we pick up that, I feel like we had it since Act 1. No? I definitely had it there. Oh, it was literally floor 1? I did not notice that. We did it. We took a ferry from floor 1 to the top of the spire. What a brave adventure. That's good stuff. That's really good stuff. Actually, yeah, let me tweak something here. Oh, let's do it like that. That's the easiest way. So, ferry rescue to the top of the spire. What a brave journey. So cool. All right, next up, we're going to play one more with the defects. Our Orby boy in blue. Trying to zip-zap our way to the top of the spire. Before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. So I'll be back in a few minutes, and when I return, we'll do one more spire run. BRB, folks. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks. Appreciate the patience. We are back, and I'm very excited for my personal favorite character in Slay the Spire. That is the Defect. Why the Defect? Because the Defect is the bot with the most different, unique, and interesting, to me, ways to win. Defect is a character who can generate lots of energy or card draw from their card pool, leading to lots of different ways to assemble infinite combos or just draw engines in general, as well as some of the game's best deck manipulation effects. Seek lets you get anything in the draw pile, Hologram lets you get anything in the discard pile, and Rebound lets you reuse any one card that's currently in your hand. The three of these allow the Defect to fetch or replay any card from any pile, no matter where their target card is located, and that's a level of consistency the other characters just can't get. Question is, do I start out with 100 gold or transform here? Given the map with these early shop placements, I'm pretty inclined to go 100 gold. Defect in particular is a character that loves shop relics, because there is one character exclusive shop relic, the Runic Capacitor, that's very good, giving 3 extra orb slots. And there's also a couple of cheap relics that make a big difference for the Defect. Priced at under 200 gold is the Bag of Preparation, the Data Disc, the Orange Pellets, an early Ori, stuff like that. Let's see, what path do I want to take more broadly here? Definitely eyeing this segment of nodes. Probably this overall looks very reasonable, especially if we start with this shop, or I guess we could do this one. Well, I'd rather take one event with a chance to gain gold right before the shop, so I'd rather go to this one. If I was going to do that, that'd be 3 elites, 3 rest sites. Getting our green key out of the way early is really nice on Defect in particular, who can really struggle with the elites of the later acts, particularly any of the multi-enemy fights. This character does tend to struggle with area effect damage on their cards, and that can mean that avoiding elites later on becomes a lot more attractive, because dealing with Reptomancer's turn 2 might be out of the question. I also think Defect is probably the best character to boss swap on, but that's not going to be my pick right now. Let's see, if I draw dual cast strike, we've got a clean kill, and if I don't, then we drew 3 defends. I take it most 1. I'm cool with this line. Don't know if there's a different option. Could also strike this gray slime twice, and leave the randomness of the lightning orbs up to chance here. I do, in fact, have to take 1. I suppose I'm okay with that. Because dual cast strike doesn't kill, right? We do 16 plus 6 plus 3, 25, 1 short. Isn't the Watcher boss swap better? Watcher is definitely very adaptable to boss swaps. I don't know if I would use the term better. I'm actually trying to figure out how I would even try to evaluate whether the boss swap is better for the Watcher or the Defect. They have such different baseline experiences in the game, so it becomes very difficult to compare. So, normally I'm very excited with an early hologram, but there's another contender here, the early rebound. I view both of these cards as entry points on the Defect to essentially entire archetypes or entire build lines, however you want to look at it, progressions that the deck can take, because both of these are cards that allow you to take another card that you have and play it 2 times. In the case of Hologram, you do so immediately. In the case of Rebound, you put it on top, which may or may not mean immediately, depending on if you have more draw this turn. Hologram is by default a single-use exhausting card, but its broad ability to target anything in your discard pile is very valuable, whereas Rebound provides upfront damage, pretty energy-efficient-wise for defects, and is reusable without an upgrade, which is where the advantage lies on Rebound. This is reliable card manipulation that works without an upgrade. Very few other cards can say that. That paired with the immediate damage means I'm happy to take it here on floor 1 for the defect over a Hologram. And I'm happy to pay 7 health to get a strike removed. Defect loves to dunk strikes. Strikes are very difficult for defect to improve damage-wise. And you're better served by getting a smaller deck and finding some card, maybe even just your Zap, with an upgrade that you seek to play over and over again. The defect seems to me like a very cycle-based character, which is deeply appropriate considering the computational metaphors here. Love this intro shop. Our bonus gold lets us buy membership card for 161 gold here, essentially doubling all profits for the rest of the run. That's pretty dang good. Although, if we really cared about our short term, we could instead consider a boat thingy for 10 block on turn 1, something the defect really struggles with. But it's a very hard sell for me personally to do anything other than take the membership card. We'll be left with about 100 gold worth of money, and there's a lot we can get done with that. Actually, let's see. 57 gold. Oh, I was hoping. And an icy joke for Burmafrost. Burmafrost, what is the defect's favorite game developer? Gotta be Blizzard, baby. I agree, an early Act 1 membership card is a very good long-term investment on your run. Just have to make sure you're pairing that with a short-term investment so that you can survive. Something like a block potion could be a good pickup for that reason. We could go and get another removal here, dropping down to 1 strike. I also think that's pretty good. I think that is what I'm going to do, actually, is lose another strike. That means there's only 1 card I can afford in this shop. Pretty cheap here. Card I don't often take, but one I actually think is pretty good in this situation. Hello World. Gives you a random common card added to your hand each turn. It's like a card draw power. But more than that, it's a kind of consistency generator. A very unusual pick, I think, for most. But I really like its ability to give you consistency in early fights or the early elites of Act 1. The secret to what makes Hello World a decent card is that Defect's card pool is really good for the commons overall. An average Defect common is something that's potentially 0 cost. It may give you energy, it may give you a status effect, it may give you Frost Orbs, Cool-Headed and Cold Snap, both commons. Unfortunately, dual cast strike rebound doesn't KO here, so I have to defend. That's fine. Double defend and zap. Can you stop attacking me for 12, please? Note that if you don't want to rebound a particular card, you can play rebound last in the turn. Yeah, Barrage Strike was 14. We're left with 15 there. I don't think there was a kill. Montequilla, thanks for 15 months. 5 months of support. Here's where I'll happily take a Beam Cell. A 0-cost card that can make our attacks do a bit more damage, particularly with this Flex Potion. Is going to help us with early fights. We could try to do something like a White Noise here and start relying on like really lots of random card generation, which can be a surprisingly valid strategy in Slay the Spire. But I don't like it quite yet. I also think this Beam Cell makes a really good upgrade. 2 turns of Vulnerable enables our attacks to put in a lot more work. Another valid option here, upgrade the Zap to be free. I think I'd rather take and upgrade the Beam Cell. Curious what we'll get out of this event. Ideally a heal. Top me up would be good. But I would also be very happy with an upgrade. Hey, speaking of. I can remove 1, transform 1, or upgrade 1. So we could upgrade both the Zap and the Beam Cell. Or I could transform a card here. Thing is, I kind of need these strikes to defense at the moment. Not sure I like getting rid of a 3rd strike at this point. Getting rid of Zap is a no-no. Transforming Dual Cast could definitely bite me in the butt if we get a Dark Orb. So I am very tempted to upgrade. Transform Hello World. No way. We're lying on it right now. We purchased this card for real money. Well, fake money, but real Spire money. And I plan to use it. Alright, let's just grab the upgrade on 2 cards. I think that's going to be the best path for this elite fight. And we're hoping for Lagavulin here, but any will do. It's the knob. And we got Hello World on turn 1, which is really all I needed here. Alright, Hello World. Show them what you can do. You can make it turbo with inappropriate timing. I'll remember this. Pretty good damage, though. Let's just try to kill next turn. Good. Hologram is a really good outcome from Hello World in a lot of situations. Here it could have let us get the Beam Cell back, but no need. Not too bad of an up fight. Unceasing Top. Very interesting relic that Defect is in a unique situation to abuse, and I really actually like with rebounds. If we end up with no cards in our hand during our turn, we get to draw a new card. Interesting. Very interesting. So I could take Recycle here. It seems a little early, though. I like the other options quite a lot. Chill for Free Frost or Rip and Tear to dish some serious damage alongside the Beam Cell. Recycle's kind of the meme dream from this position. Trying to use the Unceasing Top to infinitely loop stuff. Like, theoretically exhausting all the cards other than Zap and Beam Cell and using that to win, but realistically, we're a long way from that actually being possible, especially against Slime Boss. Does it actually work? The audience believes I don't have to fight the Burning Elite. We just killed the Gremlin Knob. Alright, Twitch chat. I'll believe. What can we do? What can we do with the power of recycle? Hello? Kind of prefer the equilibrium, actually. Claw just fits too well with the theme, though. Let's do it. Let's try it. If you want to make the Unceasing Top work, you want zero-cost cards. Calipers. I'll definitely take these. I don't see them doing anything yet, but this might be very, very important later. So we'll grab them. And let's get this recycle upgraded immediately, so that it generates energy. Okay, these three. This is a fight the Hello World will have to help us in. Okay, I think we have to block potion this turn. Dual cast Hello World Defend. I could also do Strike instead of dual cast, because we're definitely not going to reliably hit the back one here. Yeah, we should probably Strike. It's all up to Hello World now. Good start. Also good. So, we now have 3 Frost Orbs in play. Reminder, the deck has no Frost Orbs, just Hello World. This is all Hello World. Kind of cool, actually. Cool-headed. Alright, all that for a very underwhelming relic of a Bottled Flame. Strength Potion's pretty good. And either of these powers are pretty good. Buffer in particular, letting us absorb a hit from an enemy. Really good for Slime Boss, too. Go Buffer. So I want to bottle any attack. Bottle Beam Cell Plus is pretty decent here. Sure. And we'll see what happens at this event room. If we get a heal, maybe we can consider the elite room. 2 runs in a row I've said that and it happened. Gotta love it. All right, well, that should make this very easy. Whether this is Gremlin Knob or Lagavulin, I think we have a very good answer. So, let's tackle the Elite. Plus health Gremlin Knob. Hopefully I haven't made too big a mistake. Let's see. Good turn 1. Problem is I can't keep the buffer here. No, this looks rather ominous, in fact. So that's my turn next turn. Recycle the defend, zap, claw, hello world. I'll have 3 more energy. So I don't want to rebend any of these cards. So we go strike, dual cast, rebound. Okay. Only 43 more damage to go. Problem is, that's 2 skills I'm playing, huh? Could also not? Yeah, we'll be fine. Probably. Right? Well, probably not, actually. If I stop here, we live on 2. If I keep going, we might die, but we actually might win, too, because we could easily draw Beam Cell into a few attacks, and that would prevail. There's another fight afterwards? Let's see. There's 3 defends. I'd have to do 20 damage. There's 5 attacks, 3 defends. Let's try it. That's very, very good. Easy. Easy. I'm very happy to see Ancient T-Set, actually. This should make it easier to use the Unceasing Top on turn 1. We're offered a second recycle. Now that's interesting. Second recycle is not necessarily actually useful. Especially once you're trying to use the Unceasing Top, you only ever have 1 card in hand, so you can't really use the recycle to keep deleting stuff. I think I'd rather take this FTL, another 0-cost attack. This is a very strange deck we've arrived at. Ouch. Gonna upgrade buffer before Slime Boss. Let's see. Recycle that. Rebound the zap. Buffer. Zap. Fun. Liquid Memory is also really, really good here, letting us pick something out of the discard pile. That can be very useful for recycling key targets. We do not want Turbo in a deck like this. Turbo puts status cards, voids, into the discard, and that's a hard stop for any cycling with the Unceasing Top. So, we do not want this. I'm just going to skip here and upgrade buffer. Alright. I'm going to recycle dual cast for this fight. Also so that we can spin the top here. 6 energy. What will we do with it? Will we see Ascender's Bane? miss buffer. Seems like it could be a problem. Gonna rebound the claw. And just make sure we're doing the right amount of damage here. 9 plus 4. 13 plus 9, 19. Yeah, we're still fine. Could have used liquid memories to ensure that that was smooth, but don't feel the need to. Instead, let us keep rebounding claw like a mad person. Get rid of these stinky slimes. Draw buffer again. Good. There's buffer. And we're not being attacked. When in doubt, let's take out the gray one. Lightning orbs seem to disagree. Yeah, they strongly disagree. Well, that's put me into a bit of a pickle then. So now we have 2 21 health green slimes that I have to kill. The gray one gives frail and the green weak. Yeah, they also have slightly different attack and damage values. The big gray slime can only either debuff you or attack for 18 and add 2 slimes. Whereas the big green slime will either debuff you for 2 weak, attack you for, I think it's 12 or 13, and add 2 slimes, or attack for 18 without adding 2 slimes. So the added sort of convolution here is that the spike slime is constantly attacking for the big number and adding the slimes at the same time. The green slime can't do that. So I tend to default for going to the gray slime for that reason. Just gonna break this one, buffer both of these hits. Get rid of the slimes. Streamline. Cool. I even get to rebound it. Am I doing this? Rebound, streamline. Claw here. Okay, we made it through the slime boss fight. Thanks to Hello World, we've actually got a very interesting sort of interaction going on. We're attempting to make an unceasing top deck where we build as low cost as possible with as few cards as possible, which is highly vulnerable to any enemy that adds status cards to our deck, the sentries and the slime boss. But in those fights, and specifically only those fights, the Hello World has been exceedingly useful, generating new cards for us to play when our regular card draws are interrupted. Fission could be a very good accelerator here. We don't even care if the fission is upgraded. We just want it to spend our orbs to get more energy so that we can do more stuff. I also like the machine learning for higher base card draw per turn. But I think the fastest acceleration card-wise, main problem we're going to keep running into is Ascender's Bane. Until we have an answer for that, it's going to continue to block us from doing anything really fancy unless we get particularly lucky with recycle draws. Still, we'll give it a try here. Calling Bell, Velvet Choker. I guess I'm going the third option, as the other two just break the deck. Calling Bell adds an unremovable, unplayable card. Unacceptable. Full stop. Can't do anything. I guess we can recycle it, but that would require a lucky draw in order to achieve. This full stop bricks the unceasing top. And so does this one. Velvet Choker Hard Stop prevents us from playing more than 6 cards per turn. Therefore, only one of these boss relics doesn't break the deck, which is the Runic Dome. Prevents us from seeing what the enemies are doing, and I think that's fine, because this deck is all about playing the only card in its hand repeatedly until we're out of energy. And the Runic Dome doesn't change that, right? The way you play the deck with Unceasing Top is there's no decision making. You just play the card. The only thing the Runic Dome prevents us from doing is knowing which enemy to target in multi-enemy fights where they're all identical, like the 3 birds. We wouldn't know which bird to target. Other than that, I think this is pretty low downside for a boss relic. I'm pretty happy with it. What we want to do is go to some stores. One, we're loaded with cash thanks to membership card. Things will be cheap at the shop, including card removals, which are essential to get the average cost of the deck further down. So I think we'll start here. Grab the couple of events. Trying to think what cards are actually helpful to add to the deck at this point. We are quite afraid of the elites of Act 3, in particular the 3 slavers will add a ton of wounds to our deck every single turn. Book of Stabbing will also do this. So I think picking potentially 0 elites, maybe this path, is the correct answer here. We might also find ourselves wrecked by Chosen, who adds a daze to the draw pile every time we play a card, but perhaps if we find something like a medical kit at a shop, we can change our fate there. Speaking of the birds, here they are. Guess doesn't really matter who I target. I don't know what's going on. We might take up to 8 damage here, but I'm hoping that we won't. Oof. Well, that's gonna hurt, and there's not a thing that I can do about it. Both of these birds are attacking for at least 12. This bird may be attacking. But I can't do anything with a starter hand like this. Just gonna not play the Hello World. Ouch. So rebound, claw, FTL? No, I don't. FTL first. Play this, recycle this, rebound this. I'll take it. I will take it. Let's focus the one that's on the ground. Make this a one-bird show. Definitely concerned for the long-term prospects of this run, but maybe we can hang in there for now. Hologram looks pretty good. Especially the unupgraded form. Just a one-time get back one card of our choosing. That could be really good with Beam Cell, with Claw, or with something else. Let's take it. Give me money. 200 gold. Or a removal. I'll take either. I don't know why I thought it was going to be anything else. Of course it's a stab. Thanks for the stab. Hey there, would you like some stab? How about some self-repair? Self-repair feels like it helps the stack quite a bit, actually, in the short term. Definitely want to remove a card. Might want to consider a relic. Bag of Marbles is okay. Sling of Courage looking interesting. Although I still think that won't be enough to convince me to fight an elite. Maybe if I went Hyper Beam Bag of Marbles, we could consider trying to fight elites this act. That Hyper Beam is a lot of damage. Can't quite do Hyper Beam Bag of Marbles remove, though. Swift Strike, oddly compelling, actually. Yeah. I think the correct line is to just continue to avoid elites for now. It's almost time to remove Hello World, but not yet. It is time to remove Dual Cast. Now that we have the unupgraded Fission. I'm going to take the Self-Repair and the Swift Strike. That's what I'm going to do. Just going to delete this. Good. Shame they attack for 11, so I lose both buffers here. True shame. Is Rebound Strike enough? Probably not, huh? We are in a pickle and a half, huh? Alright. Let's do it this way. That's probably one of the best outcomes we could have had, though. Here we go. Second copy of Claw is going to accelerate our damage quite a bit. We could also consider Go for the Eyes to give us Weaken. I think we got to go Double Claw. Hello, gentlemen. I will fight you. I don't have that many blocks anyway. Blocks are stinky. Claw is law. Yeah, get rid of blocks entirely, actually. Blocks are illegal. Sender's Bane's what's in. I think we're gonna die from that draw, but we'll see what we can do. Situation is dire. We need to buffer immediately. We have perished. How could this happen, chat? How could this truly flawless deck not have prevailed? Showing off a classic problem with the Unceasing Top is a build around, or something that you try to rely on in general. It just doesn't work because of the Ascender's Bane. Unless you get the Blue Candle Relic, that's kind of required. Medical Kit can help a lot too, but it really does take an exceptional set of circumstances to make it actually any good. Blue Candle was inside the Calling Bell, of course. Of course. Alright. This time there's no rebound to compete, so we are going to first pick Hologram. I still think it's a great entry point to a whole bunch of different stuff on the defect. And I think that strike removal early is super warranted, too. Current intended path. This one. Let's take one more event. Another card removal. Effect loves card removes. Potential knob's a problem, though. Oh, heck. Awkward. But that's the price of removing too many attacks. However, we managed to find the perfect small set of cards. Attack card. Streamline. Does 15 damage. It gets cheaper by 1 each time it's played. So the more often we draw it, the better it is. That's definitely going to be my first pickup here. Streamline is a single card solution for small and refined defect decks, damage-wise. Really, really like it. I think it's a card I underutilized for quite a while. But it's excellent with Hologram and even more excellent with Beam Cell. What a very quick and easy solve for elites that we just got. I think we need to upgrade the base value of the Streamline first, but there's an argument to be made for the Hologram or Beam Cell upgrades. Certainly we want to get all 3 upgraded, and that'll be by here, hopefully. But it has to be, I think, Streamline first. If we were particularly worried about the Elite, we could go here, upgrade both, get a Relic, then fight the Elite. Gets us 1 less Elite this act, but 1 more upgrade? No, just 1 less Elite. Ah, we'll be fine. See? We're totally fine. Never been more fine in my life. Yep. Definitely not super dead. Oh, okay. That's good. Unfortunately, this is where we part ways, huh? I had to dual cast last turn, I think? Man. It's a bummer. There's no kill next turn, so we're dead. Just plain super dead. Right, this does 16, bringing up to... Wait. No, hold on. There is 1 out. If I draw Strike, Zap next turn, that'll be exactly enough if I dual cast now. Other option, Hologram the Beam Cell. Is that better? By Hologram Beam Cell, we do 4 plus 7. 4 plus 3 is 7. 31 minus 7. 24 minus 18. So I'd still have to draw the exact same. Except the Hologram line saves me 3. Okay. Easy. Hope you weren't all doubting me there. A charge battery or all for one? Dread Turkey, thanks for 11 months of support. Dread Turkey says, just got a higher paying job, so I'm resubbing. May you roll high on all your knobs. Well, guess what? I just did, and thank you for the sub. Really like this all for one to get back the beam cell. Once the streamline's free, it also returns the streamline. And that's going to combo really nicely with this ornamental fan. Let's do it. Let's do it. I do think that I need to rest now, but that's alright. We're going to upgrade the beam cell first. Could also consider upgrading Zap now that we have the all for one. And Koala 4407, how do you put a robot in jail? You have to use a beam cell. Given that I was considering resting here, this Dreamcatcher is actually somewhat relevant. We'll get at least one card reward immediately. Well, we'll get one card reward immediately, and then potentially more throughout the rest of the run. Immediate gains are usually better than not immediate gains. I'll take it, and we'll use it. Sleeping for 21 health, and looking at a Steam Barrier here. Very nice with all for one. I'll take a Steam Barrier quite happily. Zero cost block reduces its effectiveness by 1 each time you play it. Can be a little bit relevant with the all for one, but I think we're not going to need to play it more than 2 or 3 times in most fights. Smelter's not bad either as a damage card. But given that we have the Streamline and the all for one, I'm not too worried. Oh, well, I wouldn't have rested if I'd known I was about to gain 14 HP. I would have taken the blue key. Oh well. We'll progress to the shop, where I can remove yet another card, and we'll fight an elite. Bop. Look at that all for one, already putting on a show here. Easy. One more hologram for good measure? Absolutely. The more holograms we have, the more we can play this Streamline over and over and over and over. Strange Spoon. Now, that's an interesting option. Strange Spoon says, cards that exhaust when played will instead discard half the time. It's also Scrape. Oh man, I like it. Yes, I love where this deck is headed. Okay. Let's do it. I think Defect is the best Strange Spoon abuser. Currently, the Strange Spoon is going to make our holograms not exhaust half the time, which is pretty cool. Not necessarily the most useful thing, but pretty cool. However, consider that what we can have in the future is all for one and holograms fetching Seek, or Fission, or Master of Strategy, or Dark Shackles, or any other zero-cost, one-time use card. Anytime the spoon saves them, we'll be able to get them back via these return cards. And the potential for abuse there is enormous. And then, given the intended interactions here, I'm also going to pick up this Scrape. Deal 7 damage, draw 4 cards, discard any that aren't free. And then I'm going to be very happy that I have 51 health as we get involved in these nerds. 3 sentries are going to flood our deck with dazes, and that is not what this deck wants. Maybe consider gambling there, actually. But no, this is good. This is good. Only I had the energy to do Streamline, Holo Streamline, but that first one, it's a doozy. Could do Steam Barrier, Hologram, Steam Barrier. That doesn't seem good, though. Let's just block for 11. Probably take 10 more next turn. 6 more. 1 more. Beam Cell, you. Scrape first. Actually, no, defend, then scrape. Discarded a hologram, that's fine. And this would be my Gambler's Brew, I imagine. Let's say yes, because I hate this. Alright, all for one fetches nothing. Hologram fetches pretty much nothing. Scrape won't get Streamline. Man, our draw order has been a little bit yikes here. It's gonna hologram a Dazed. Note that the spoon won't affect the Dazed. Spoon only interacts with cards that themselves exhaust as they're played. Cards with the ethereal keyword are not affected. Okay, that went pretty cleanly. We get a Gurya. We can now gain strength at res sites up to 3 times. Fantastic, given that the spoon makes the hologram upgrades relatively unattractive. Could take another 0-cost attack here. A second beam cell. I think one more is warranted. Given the ornamental fan, given the all for one, given the scrape. I'll take it. Let's start lifting. Spoon plus medkit is a non-bow? Yes. Yes, if you have the medical kit, the strange spoon gives you a 50% chance to just discard it instead of exhausting the status card you were trying to get rid of. Same goes for the blue candle. Wow, really? 4 times 6. But I have to play this. I'll save a full 10 health by playing all for one, though. I get to beam cell, strike, steam barrier. I'm pretty sure I need to play the Streamline now. As soon as the Streamline is free, we win this fight so fast. I'm just going to tank most of my health and damage. And we're going to try not to cry too much. We're going to have vulnerable anyway, so let's strike. Again with the awkwardness. Why must it be this way? Okay, we have 2 turns to kill. That's kind of worrisome. Or we have to get a good block. Guess it's up to where the all for one is. Now it's in the discard pile, but I can still hologram it. A little worried here. Right. Dang. With a slightly different draw order, this would have been no problem, but down we go, unfortunately. Back to the start of Act 1. Once more. That was unfortunate. I think we win that Hexaghost fight maybe 80% of the time. From that position. But really, really awkward to have the Streamline and no block on turn 2. And then bottom draw the Streamline for the second time through. Without being able to hologram Streamline either, at any point. Oh well. I would make the exact same deck again in the exact same circumstances. I think that was pretty well played otherwise. Maybe a few hit points we could have saved here or there. Let's see. Might be a max health pick. Actually, no, I'm going to boss swap. Into the tiniest of houses. So, we gain a whole bunch of bonuses right at the start here. 5 max health, 50 gold, a potion, A card reward offering us an early Hello World. That did work out before, kind of. But then it didn't. And probably going to go up the middle here. Excuse me 1 minute. Okay. Just had to make it cooler in this room a little bit. Let's just go another early beam cell. This is a pretty no-brainer early pick for the defects. The bonus gold does make it more worth visiting a shop this act. Could be reason to go over here. Actually, that's essentially the same nodes. But this way I get a bonus early shop. Let's do that. Now, starting without our lightning orb means that... Love that we got dual cast upgraded, by the way. Starting without our lightning orb means that we're at a bit of a disadvantage in these early combats. But I'm hoping... hoping that we can make up for that. Pretty happy with a go for the eyes to pair with Beam Cell. 2 free attacks is always a nice start. This is a takeable Steam Barrier, too. I don't think I would ever take Fusion here. Fusion's a long-term play. More random upgrades? Yeah, I'm in. 1 strike, 1 defend. It's not the best, but it's okay. I was hoping we'd have enough money to afford this relic when we got to the shop. Didn't quite work out that way. In fact, the shop is also full of esoteric cards that are not useful at all in the early game. That's pretty funny. Every single one of these is not useful. Maybe the turbo, but even then, that's a uniquely useless set of cards. Truly. Downright impressed. Kind of terrified. OQ, lock. Yeah, everything you could ever want to see in the Act 4 store. Here before our very eyes. Our very go for the eyes. Alright, now I think the Steam Barrier is pretty takeable. That's actually a decent bullseye, too. Problem is we don't have orbs to capitalize on the bullseye damage at the moment, but the simple fact that it's 8 damage might be enough. We do want some oomph to get through this elite, probably. Rather curious how the power cards are going to be. Yeah, we're fine against Lagavulin. It's the other two we're worried about. Against them, Bullseye is definitely going to be the best here. It's a 3rd status effect to remove Artifact with. Both the Beam Cell and the Go for the Eyes kind of pair with it in that sense. Do I dare pay 7 more health? I can always rest at the rest site. Although I think I'm going to upgrade Beam Cell. Boss relic least associated with my wins. Probably Busted Crown would be my guess. Very, very few Busted Crowns that I win with, especially if I start with it. I think some of the other class-specific relics, like the Hovering Kite, or the Black Blood, could potentially be in a similar position. I should rest, but I will upgrade Beam Cell. Definitely going to need that extra damage against Gremlin Nob if we encounter him. I think this is a fight where I use at least one power potion right now. Exceedingly happy with electrodynamics, because I can do electrodynamics to make 2 lightning orbs, then bullseye and dual cast. That's basically all we need. I'll play this defend. Hopefully we don't brick. Yeah, we're fine. Definitely could have drawn all defends there. That would have been bad. But we get the Gurya back, letting us gain strength by lifting once more. And some ways to make orbs that the bullseye can utilize. Given that we have an upgraded dual cast, I really like Rainbow. 3 orbs for 1 card. 1 lightning, 1 frost, 1 dark. Tempest is pretty takeable too. But Rainbow to me seems like the better overall value. I like to think of Rainbow as a sort of jack-of-all-trades cards. It's never the most efficient way to get what you want, but at the same time, it always gives you something that you do want. Whether it's block, long-term damage, or immediate damage, Rainbow has you covered. It's also 3 orbs that all scale with focus, so this is one of the few cards that scales with your focus times 3. Is 27 health enough for this? This is either Sentries or Lagavulin. And I can gain a point of strength. I'm going to go with gain the point of strength. Give us some oomph. And some block. Now we have 1 strength and 1 dexterity, meaning our blocks also block for more. And would you look at that, we're still fighting the easy enemies of the Spire. This run has got some legs on it. I think Rainbow Defend is the best line here. Odd that we don't have a way to kill there with that hand. Or was Bullseye Strike Zap a kill? Because I missed that if so. Yeah, I definitely missed that. Battery? Or second Bullseye? Oh, yeah. So Bullseye Zap Strike would have been 20 because of the strength. As Orca says, how do you decide blocking versus attacking in a long fight? It's ultimately a breakdown. You have to make a different kind of decision-making for every single combat. Ultimately, the question you're asking is, do additional turns to the fight result in me taking more additional damage than I am blocking for right now? So in the case of Cultist, for example, it's a really easy choice a lot of the time. Playing a strike instead of blocking for 1 damage on turn 2 usually results in you saving 11 or 16 health on one of the following turns. And for every enemy, the exact breakdown is going to matter a little differently. It's something you really have to evaluate in terms of how many turns until I kill this enemy, how much more damage is it going to do per turn, what is my ability to continually mitigate that. Fighting Guardian, I'm going to grab the block card. Minus 16 goes to 41. Alright, that's a pretty gnarly split. I could go defend, charge battery, defend here. Next turn we can beam cell strike. Or I rainbowed bullseye. Next turn we are facing 2 gray slimes and I'm frail. I don't like that. take 2 here. It's actually not a split, so let's wait 1 more turn. If I play Zap, it'll splort in 2. Yeah. Okay. Everything worked out in the end. Sort of. Yeah. Okay, that's a card we really want. Ball Lightning deals damage, channels an orb, combos with the Beam Cell and the Bullseye both, and benefits from the Gurya. So this is a huge increase to our output. Leap is also decent, blocking for 10. Air to HS, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. 22 health, huh? This is tricky. Might run out of hit points the next couple floors. Great turn 1, though. I think I'm going to employ a power potion here. Buffer looks like it could really make a difference here. Hello World could also help. I'm going to go with Buffer, given the way Vulnerable occurs in this fight. Its dual cast is very persistent in being drawn incorrectly, though. It's kind of a laugh. Okay, move that Dark Orb towards the front. Line this one up for a kill next turn. So we kill the middle one, buffer the back hit, looks like. Might even be able to block. Yeah, we can block. Let's focus our damage on the one we know is going to attack me next turn, the front one. Looks like we're going to do this without even actually needing the buffer. It's funny. Got a potion back, though, so I don't feel bad at all about my decision. And another Ball Lightning. Or a hologram. But I think that given that we have Bullseye, a second Ball Lightning is perfect here. Especially given that I'd rather lift than upgrade. Let's go 1 more Orb Channeling attack and really embrace the deeps. Also really happy to have a Rainbow on turn 1 that gives us the chance to build up this Dark Orb for a couple of turns. Probably employ the Weak Potion in this fight. I don't feel the need to use the Colorless Potion at this moment. Wait 1 more turn. Yeah, that looks pretty good. 4 energy. Even drew the Bullseye. Good timing. So we're very likely to just kill next turn. This does save me 5 full health. It's good enough for me. And again, we get a potion back. We also get Matryoshka, giving us bonus relics out of the next 2 chests, which is thoroughly underwhelming. And 1 last card reward. I wouldn't mind a second charge battery, given that we're getting +1 block on these. 8 blocks, pretty good. Like a defend plus. That also gives energy next turn. That should let me lift before the Guardian fight. 20 health is pretty low, but with the good density of block cards and the powerful damage output from our orbs, I think we'll be okay. Oh, and we can remove Transformer Upgrade, too. We felt like we needed an additional upgrade. This would be a good time to upgrade Go for the Eyes, or something. But I think transforming our last strike is also exceedingly reasonable. Get rid of that starter card, turn it into something more broadly useful. Heat sinks. Is Matryoshka ever good? Well, I mean, it can give you good relics, but it's rarely an amazing find in and of itself. Poor heatsinks. So alone in the world. So we have to do 20 more damage next turn. Actually, pretty difficult to do. Might draw block, though. We'll see if I end up using colorless card potion here. Oh, this is fine, actually. Weaken. Block. 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 Perfect block. Easy. Just block the 36 damage hit. Duh. This would be a good time to go for dual cast. We can make this do 18 times 3. Or I can hold on and wait a little longer to make it do a lot more than that. Let's wait. Especially since the block is getting... I'll pay a little bit of health to renew that effect, too. This is looking at 90 now. Oh, even better. Beautiful. That too. So this will do 36 times 3. 108 damage. Pretty much bringing this fight to a swift end. Or Guardian, GG. With so many orbs being channeled, it's very easy to persuade me to take Biased Cognition here. Not only is it a power to go with heatsinks, but it'll make all of our orbs have much stronger numeric effects on them. Hyper Beam would be going in the opposite direction, trading away our focus in order to do area damage. I think the only power I would have preferred to see at this moment is Electrodynamics, because we lack a way to hit all enemies. But I'm very, very happy with the Biased here. The All for One would only fetch... Actually, well, there's 3 cards that it would fetch, which is not too bad. All for One is definitely not a card to snooze on. Can be an extremely powerful card manip effect for the defect. Oof. I guess I'll go Dome again. These are some pretty gnarly energy options here. I would have strongly preferred a Calling Bell to any of these, actually. But I suppose the Runic Dome will be just fine. Can no longer see what our enemies are doing. But we'll get extra energy every single turn. It's definitely too early to take a Busted Crown. And I'm not exactly in love with these potions. Or this act layout. Although there's some interesting things. This looks pretty good. If we want to go upgrade heavy here. I would love to upgrade Biased. I would also love to go to a shop, as we're now actively keeping an eye out for orange pellets and / or artifact of any kind and / or frost orbs of any kind. And the shop is absolutely the best way to get started looking at that. If I wanted to go to 2 shops, I'd go here, but I think there's too many rest sites along the other path for that to be worth doing. So we'll go to 1. Birds are back. Again with the... Alright, I'm going to use the colorless potion. I think this is going to go pretty badly if I don't. Panacea to go with the Biased is fun. Dark Shackles would be better if I could see what the enemies were doing. Really doesn't matter about the Panacea. Okay, we're going to Secret Weapon a Ball Lightning then. So we can dual cast. Hit me if you dare. Do dare. Good, that means none of them buffed. Fools. Does 12. So if this hits, you're dead anyway. Go for the eyes is glowing. That tells me at least one of them is attacking. It's interesting that it does this even if you've got the Runic Dome. It's kind of a little preview of information. And if an enemy gets weakened, we know that they were in fact the one that's attacking. Or a one that is attacking. Ah! Wow. They both went for the double. It's so rude. It's so very rude. Well, we found the Frost Orbs we asked for. Both chill and cool-headed here. There's also a Hologram Plus, getting me a card from the discard pile. I, for one, am a fan of zero-cost Frost. So I do like chill a lot. Let's say plus. Please save me from this experience. Merchant. Membership card is definitely a bit of a help. Not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. Fortunately, there's no more shops this act, so we're a bit on our own. I'm thinking Toy Ornithopter here, probably along with buying a potion. Problem is I can't do Ornithopter, potion, and remove. What would I remove? Zap? Yes, I would remove Zap. I like the Strike Plus with our 2 strength. I like the Defends with our Smooth Stone. Got 2 ball lightnings for lightning orbs anyway. Sweeping Beam is actually half decent too, to give us a way to damage multiple enemies. Is this becoming a Blizzard deck? Well, one card at a time. Currently, it's becoming a deck that just wants Frost Orbs. Capacitor for the long term looking pretty good, actually. More orb slots to hold all these orbs. It's actually very good. Now that I think about it. Can I do Ornithopter, Potion, Capacitor? I can. Or I could do Capacitor, card removal. I think I'm going to go with the Capacitor, Ornithopter, Power Potion. That's my thought. Okay, so I'm not going to play the Ball Lightning. We go Bullseye, Rainbow. Or I could do Ball Lightning, Rainbow. Don't Bullseye. I'm going to put the Dark Orb in front. I think Bullseye. All things being equal, I usually go for the... want to target the Mugger in the first here, since they have such similar hit point totals. And I want to evoke the Frost Orbs, so that I get block right now. No, I want to put the Dark Orb in front, rather, with the Chill. So we do Bullseye, Rainbow, Chill, Defend. One of them is attacking me. Taking 1 here. And I have no money left to give. How cruel. That's what I thought. Rude boy. Might get a potion from this. I don't think we're going to get a lot of use out of this potion of capacity at the moment, so I'm going to drink this. Yeah. Thought so. Compile Driver, yes. Compile Driver does good damage and draws orbs based on the draws cards based on the number of different orb types we have. Can easily get to 3 different orb types with the rainbow. So I don't see a whole lot of need for... It's revenge time, you nerds. You killed me before. I'll fight you. Fight you so hard you'll die. And I think I'll use the power potion to get me some help here. It's a bit of an awkward draw. At least we got our charge batteries turn 1, so next turn I'll have a ton of energy. But if I can't draw cards next turn, it's not likely to matter. Storm is interesting. That would let me play Capacitor. Or Creative AI for 1 power next turn. Let's go Storm. Although I don't like it that much. I'm going to try to kill Romeo first to avoid being weakened next turn. Definitely worried here. Three Frost Orbs. Alright, let's see where these lightning orbs go. Good. Romeo must die. Still in a bit of a pickle, though. This turn, Bear will attack for 20 damage, which is somewhat unacceptable. And by somewhat, I mean very. We're good, though. Oof. Where are we? Definitely gonna Bias Cog. Oh, Bias Cog will channel a Lightning Orb, so this will actually go to the front. Dual cast kills Pointy. Frost Orbs block. Okay, so we're fine. Did that wrong, though. Still full blocking. Okay. Bit of a fumble. We get some money and the red mask, making all enemies weakened on turn 1. We're also offered an interesting proposition here, Overclock Upgraded, giving us some, what I call front-loaded draw, to get our cards in play very quickly. I actually do rather like that. Other decent option here is Boot Sequence for 10 block turn 1. That's only good in some fights, though. I'm going to grab this Overclock, give it a shot here. And we are going to try to fight an elite shortly. But first, our last lift. Place our strikes with bites. Unfortunately, I've only got 1 strike, so we'd be swapping out a lot of cards. This would be a nice way to sustain ourselves, particularly with the Gurya, but too many cards added to the deck. I don't think so. And now, for nerds. Yeah, here's a case where I definitely use the Overclock. Trying to find important stuff here. I want to use the attack potion with... Oh, here we go. I want to use the attack potion with the vulnerable. Not entangling me. Good. Should be full blocking already. Might become vulnerable here. A bit worrisome. Yeah. Never good when that happens in this fight. However, seem to be doing okay. Problem is our focus won't last long here. Need to get that Dark Orb to the front and dual cast with it. Post haste. We're no longer vulnerable. Okay, that wasn't too bad, actually. We even get to keep the potion. Our rewards include Tori, reducing unlocked attack damage, potentially another chill, or more card draw via skim. I actually like the second chill quite a bit, particularly with this capacitor in the bias cog. I'll grab one more, especially on turn 1 here. Potion Belt to let us hold more potions. Excellent. Sundial giving us energy based on deck shovels. Less excellent. I'll take the Sapphire Key. Alright, how do we feel? Can we tackle another elite? I'm feeling good. Let's push our luck a little bit. We can attack next turn. Put those Frost Orbs in front. Oh, we got attacked this turn. Good. That means Grim Leader's not attacking me now. Lucky. Lightning Orbs, hear my plea. Dang it. Alright, we must kill the sneaky gremlin and then use Go for the Eyes to determine if the leader is attacking me or not. Oh, did you see that? The glow faded. Right before our very eyes. Meta information achieved. Kind of cool, actually. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay, now we are guaranteed being attacked for a very large number. There's not much I can do about that. Dang it. That is the sad times. I want to dual cast to get rid of the gremlins too. Okay. So this will be 16 times 3. That's actually not that bad. Let's take 7. From here, I should be able to win. Yeah. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Very juicy reward here. Mummified Hand, making a card in hand free whenever we play a power. And an Echo Form, so that we can duplicate the first card we play each turn. I think things might be looking up. Yodhanistar, thanks for the Prime sub and 3 months of support. Strongly contemplating a snooze here. Actually, let's upgrade first. Deeply contemplating a heatsinks upgrade now that we have the Mummy Hand. Bias Cog's also very important. Let's do the Bias Cog first. And we'll take an event here, which is a joust. Today is the day I must settle the score with the murderer of my beloved pet Noodles. We saw Noodles win yesterday. which was a beautiful thing. Can we get the double back-to-back Noodles victories? For Noodles, clash. Clang. Pow. We lost the bet, but at least we weren't gouged by a lance. I'll take it. And I'll take a snooze. Taken too soon. For our very eyes. Block potion's definitely getting full worth here. Attack potion might also get really good worth here. Just having a lot of health, I think, is the probable best way to beat Champ. Let's see, that does 12. 12 plus 10. Not likely. Oh well. In fact, the block potion blocked for more than 12, thanks to the Tori. Frozen egg, all future powers, man. Funny how often we seem to see the frozen egg and the mummified hand, not just together, but back to back, relic-wise. And we're offered hologram or algorithm plus. Algorithm plus with echo form can become a very, very big block card very, very quickly. But that hologram plus is looking pretty good too. Yeah, give me the big block. And now we can upgrade the heat sinks. No, let's upgrade the capacitor for Champ. Have to be a little careful about Champ. We have to delay playing the bias cognition until we're ready to kill, essentially. So we're going to have a setup phase here where we get orbs in play. Do I need 9 orbs? I don't know if I do, but I'm going to try it. It's a stinky draw. Right now I just want to focus on getting Frost. On this turn, he won't attack me. Every fourth turn in the Champ fight is a taunt turn. Okay, there's the double capacitor. I think I should play dual cast, though. Grr. Glad we've got some help, let's just say that. Double this. Champ is clearly not attacking me, that's fine. We double bias cog when we see it, I suppose. Then we've got 2 dark orbs to work with, that should be sufficient. If I'm going to do that, I also need to fall lating now. Or we could spend a little while just blocking, actually, building these 2 dark orbs. You know what? That's not unreasonable. All right, given the timing of this draw, now it is time to play Bias Cognition twice. We'll gain 10 focus and start losing focus at a rate of 2 per turn. But we are going to absolutely obliterate Mr. Champ basically as fast as possible. Get him. Draw more. Get him again. GG. Alright, that wasn't too bad at all. Get some money, we get the attack potion, we're out of Act 2 after taking the Runic Dome. Feels pretty good. Some intriguing options here. Multicast could let us multi-evoke a Dark Orb. It's an intriguing possibility. Thunderstrike scales with the number of lightning channeled. We don't channel that many, but at the same time, we kind of do. And we have 3 strength, actually. Thunderstrike is surprisingly good. There's also Meteor, letting us add Plasma to the mix, but I tend to find that if you've got lots of focus, replacing your orbs with Plasma Orbs can go really, really badly for you. I think I'm going to try this Thunderstrike. It's going to be 10 damage to a random enemy for each lightning we've channeled, and we have a Echo Form with which to duplicate it. Does this deck want to upgrade Rainbow? We're certainly considering it at this point. That seems better than Strike now. So, remove 2 cards, or transform all Strike and Defend cards, all 5, or start with a Plasma Orb in play in the front slot, generating 1 energy at the start of combat, 2 energy when evoked. Helps the Compile Driver a little bit. If I was going to empty Cage, we'd probably remove Strike and an unupgraded Defend. Those are decent removes, but not amazing. Definitely there's benefit to slimming the deck down, of course. Making the Echo Form drawn earlier, more consistently, is a very valuable aspect of Empty Cage. Okay, I'm willing to Empty Cage here, but I'm not the hugest fan. Don't think the Pandora's Box was any good, and I think we too often evoke the... Oh good, we do get a store. Too often evoke the Plasma Orb for energy we can't meaningfully use. Give me some events. This is a very short fight, so it's an easy sell to use that, yeah, I figured. To use that overclock like that. Okay. 3 strength makes us do pretty good damage, at least. Battery Plus with the Smooth Stone, or a Reinforced Body for X cost block. I'm gonna take 1 more battery with a free upgrade on it. I think that's pretty decent. Double Spikers. No problem for a deck with Dark Orbs. Exploder will explode next turn. All right, we're starting to collect some potions. That feels good. Oh, and I love this loop. Loop says, at the start of your turn, trigger the passive ability of your next orb twice. That's a power with our Mummy Hand heatsink shenanigans. Great for duplicating with Echo Form. Effectively gets us more orbs without having to generate more orbs. And we get to donate a card. I could donate Thunderstrike here. Give up on the Thunderstrike Dream and gain 10 max HP. That's actually not a bad idea at all things considered. Or I could give up another basic. Do you like that 10 max health? But I think this is actually a really good Thunderstrike. I mean it. I think this is a really good Thunderstrike. Especially if I get a Storm or something. Remove a defense. Well, this is not a good Thunderstrike. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, front and back are both attacking this turn. Capacitor makes something free. I don't really care what. Good. Can you strike you? Don't think I need to use a potion here. Though attack potion might have been well timed. We had plenty of luck. Slight border there. Yeah, I'll take another Compuldiver. Compulsivers are 1, really good damage, 10 base, and draw up to 3 cards. We're quite happy with them, actually. Transient's a fun little fight. This fight's all about consistently outputting both block and damage. The more of both you have, the better you'll fare. Exact block there. That's funny. I want to be able to double bias next turn, so I'm not going to draw any cards. This is kind of our scaling into late game plan. Oddly enough, I actually want to upgrade Zap now. Still need a either a cool-headed or a cold snap too. We need a renewable Frost Orb generator. Starting to wish I hadn't passed on Sundial though, based on those turns. Yes. More powers and more card draw. Fighting Awaken 1, not even. Good. Oh my, and what a turn 1 it is. I think this is going to be my potion of capacity. We'll go up to 6 Frost Orbs here. Of course, we are losing focus 1 per turn, so we have to make sure this fight doesn't last too long. Got any of that there area damage? Yeah, you do. Double hyper beam. But then I won't have any focus. Only gonna play it one time for now. She's guaranteed to attack too. We solved that turn a little bit too nicely. I need to double the loop here. Why? No, I don't. Okay. So it draws more cards? Just one. What's more important is not getting... Okay, more daggers summoned, huh? Hyper Beam next turn. Fortunately, we're now basically out of block. Actually, no, we'll single Hyper Beam. Not getting attacked. Come on, Thunderstrike. Seven times. Yeah. Prayer Wheel's a little bit late, but will give us 1, 2, 3... Actually, quite a few additional card rewards to look at this act, which could contain more upgraded powers. Consume! There we go! Yes, Consume! Consume with Capacitor Plus and with Loop Plus. This is our answer to gaining focus. It's also our way to beat Awakened One. Amazing. Consume allows us to trade orb slots for focus. It's real good. This thing attacks for up to 25 plus 12 from Constrict, so 37 block to be safe. Therefore, I'll not play this defend just to flex a little bit. Easy. Lap. Get him, Thunderstrike. Alright, give me some powers. I'd actually most like a Storm, but a Turbo will do as well, as far as an energy generator, given our ability to draw cards. Let's take a Turbo Plus. I don't want another Algorithm, although we actually could level it up to a decent value. We can give it up to +6 per fight, so we could go to... Starts at 2, goes to 8, 14, 20, 26, 32, could be 38 in the hard fight. It's actually not bad. But I don't want to do that. So I won't. What I will do is upgrade Consume. I wanted to upgrade Heatsinks, actually, but that's not happening. Consume upgrade, way more important at the moment. to let us get more focus per orb slot that we trade away. Love more card draw and more energy on turn 1. And I love colorless cards. Sadistic Nature Plus, curious. Madnesses could also be curious here. We do tend to draw the same few cards over and over. Blind is nice. Give us another way to apply Weaken. Probably take that Blind. What about Impatience? Impatience is okay. Because the too many Ball Lightnings and such. Let's take one more Blind. I'm gonna go with no to Madness, though. Matryoshka finally paying off with the bonus relics. Don't know that it was necessarily, quote-unquote, worth it, but I'm pretty happy with our current position in the run. Oof, this Thunderstrike has been trying hard to disappoint me. Someone's attacking me, no clue whomst. Very likely to take a lot of damage here on turn 1. Could try to distill chaos to change my fate. I don't know if that actually helps me, though. Not gonna bother. Okay, a little painful. Nothing we can't handle, though. Yeah. Beautiful. There's another energy generating card, Aggregate Plus. It's got a lot of potential to it. But only if we've got the card draw. I think we do. I think we do. Please don't curse me. Please. Please do not do that. Thanks. I'm not going to use the Go for the Eyes. The only rule with the Writhing Mass with Runic Dome is that it can't be using the curse on turn 1. If you hit it with an attack, that'll change. Although, I'm going to need that weekend, huh? Oh well. That worked out. But it might not continue to. Definitely at the mercy of this creature as to what it does to me each turn. Could make us vulnerable and then do huge damage. Could add a curse to the deck. With Runic Dome, since you don't know what it's doing, you don't have the ability to exert any control over its actions. Which is pretty spooky. Pretty spooky indeed. But that means you can just play your cards willy-nilly if you want. Alright, looks like we've avoided getting cursed. That's good news. At least I think we have. Yeah. Seek. Got a card from the draw pile, put it into our hand. Good way to find Biased Cognition. And there's the Storm I want. Sorry, not Biased. Echo Form. And there's the Storm I wanted to give us a Lightning Orb whenever we play a power card. That's going to make the Thunderstrike much more aggressively powerful here. Other decent option, take another Compiled Rubber. But I want this Storm. Just one. Just one storm. And we'll go one more fight before the shop. So many additional card rewards. Do I need to play... stuff here? Heck it. I'm cool without the Echo Form. I'm cool with the Echo Form. Do not Thunderstrike the Spikers. I repeat, do not Thunderstrike the Spikers. Bebron, thanks for 18 months, 1.5 years of support. Good to have you. No. Yes, one more loop. Skim's pretty good too, actually. But I think we need to achieve Power's critical mass at this time, and Loop is one of the best powers with which to do so. Hey, look at that. Wow, all of our problems just got solved. At the very final store, not only is there orange pellets, but also another copy of Bias Cognition, and another Compile Driver, and a Focus Potion, and a Duplication Potion, and card removal. This is one of the best shops, basically, ever. Not even to mention Dead Branch. Not even to mention White Bee Statue. A little late for that, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and buy this. Orange Pellet says, play a power, attack, and skill in the same turn to remove all debuffs. That includes the per-turn focus down of the Bias Cognitions. I almost want to remove Turbo. I'm not even kidding. No, I'll remove the Zap, finally. I'm going to drop the Strength Potion, take the Compile Driver, take the Duplication Potion, take the Focus Potion, and save the rest of our money to maybe buy a relic or two in the final shop. Feel awesome. Time Eater is about to get obliterated. That's how I feel. Alright, I need some block on turn 1, so I'm going to seek for Biased, although seeking for Echo Form, very reasonable here. Still don't have Renewable Frost, right? Technically true at the moment. Now, when we play the attack, our debuffs are removed. If you wanted to dual cast, actually. It doesn't matter. Oh, I still could if I want. But no, I want the Frost Orbs for a future turn. Let's take one. Loop first, see if Echo Form gets made free. It does not. Echo Form then. Play this one time. That's fine. Only 2 cards next turn. Bit of a problem. Double Consume brings me down to 1 orb slot. I like it. 1 really big orb slot. Behold the orb. Behold the orbs. Remove my own debuffs too. 10 times 7. That is a lot of focus. Let's just say that. GG. Poor Slug never stood a chance. Alright, who's next? Will it be the Awakened one, gaining strength per power, or are we going to have an easy time against the Shapes? It's the bird. I repeat, it's the bird. Everyone panic. No, I'm just kidding. No need for panicking. We will play a calculated selection of our powers, along with a deliberate use of our orbs in order to make sure this is not a problem. So play power attack and skill. Move the debuffs. I am going to play the machine learning for the extra draw each turn. But we're not going to play storm. Yeah, we're definitely just going to use this now. Should be fine. Not going to play heat sinks either. I feel like I need this damage. So, on average, every third turn, the bird will do a multi-attack. Which attacks for a base of 6x4. With the strength that's 14x4, we can go to 10x4. I'm going to start taking damage here. If I can't kill these birds quickly. They are in the way. Alright, now we're safe to play some stuff. Rainbow free. Rainbow, then Compot River? Yeah, we can get the orbs back with chill. Play the other loop too. It's also overclock. I can even seek for a particular card. But I'd really like to double. Play the Echo Form. Seek for dual cast to cycle through these orbs, get 2 frost. Just having the one in front with the 4 loop is going to be good enough, though. Let's seek for that void, so I never draw it. A little bit worried that... stop the bird from attacking me here. Bird must die. Yeah, if I'd played the capacitor, that would hurt. Single play this. Okay, multi-attack this turn. Keep you weak. $18 by 4 now on these multi-hits, but we're sufficiently well set up that I think there's not much this bird can do now except suffer by my hands. Yeah, selection of powers mostly meaning not heat sinks and not storm, apparently. What can you do? Heck yeah. You can free Thunderstrike. That's what you can do. Bonk. Alright. 2 bosses down. We're into Act 4 with a full potion belt and a very good set of relics. Plenty of money for the shop, too. And an overall really good feeling. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of all this absurd focus. With healing coming from Toy Ornithopter, I'm motivated to upgrade here. Particularly thinking about the upgrade on the heat sinks or on the Seek. Seek would let me seek for heat sinks in Echo form. The heat sinks upgrade lets us draw probably a ton more cards. Or we could upgrade Rainbow so that we have a reusable Frost Orb card. / reusable Orb card in general. Tough choices. Just need 1 Frost in front. And to not lose that 1 Frost. I'm going to upgrade the heat sinks. I've got a feeling that the card draw is going to be very powerful. Defragment Plus. Speed Potion with orange pellets. Ori to look at 5 card rewards and add a bunch. Lots of good options here. Strike Dummy to make the Thunder Strike so much stronger. That's funny. I gotta look at Ori, though. I gotta see what's in here. Glacier Plus. Problem solved, chat. White Noise looking pretty decent. If I didn't have so much energy, I'd take Double Energy Plus. Too late for Self-Repair, but there's a Cool-Headed. And another Loop. So let's go Loop, Cool-Headed, Glacier, White Noise. Defragment. Is this too many cards? I don't care. And I like the current set of potions just fine. Glorious. 40 cards we're at. It's a lot of cards. Hey, Heat 6 Plus. Yeah, here we go. It begins. It ends. Just play this because I don't think we're gonna get. Nope, Calipers was last run. It's fine. Definitely feeling very good about the heat sinks currently. Definitely. Wow. Just obliterated them. Dang. Okay. So that happened. And you know what else is happening? Double Thunderstrike. That's what's happening. Let's fight. No attack in my opening hand here. May want to distill chaos here to try to hit an attack. I think I would go charge battery, then... No, I have to not play storm first. We have to accept beat of death damage. Okay, yeah, just play the distilled chaos. No cards prior. The problem is if we activate the distilled chaos... activate the orange pellets with the distilled chaos, then I can't purge the bias cog. Or I could play the bias cog, then distilled chaos, but then the problem is I might not get to purge the effects. So it's Sophie's choice. Okay, we hit 2 attacks. Perfect. That means I can double the bias, which I think is what I'll do. Oh wait, but I did it wrong, didn't I? Yeah, I totally did. But it's still, even if I had done it, I wouldn't have been able to dupe it, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, that would have left me with 1 bias debuff. Blah. Okay, in that case, I will do this. Yeah, I had to play the charge battery last. I didn't think that quite all the way through. I am going to play it one time. I'm just going to have some focus. Okay. No duplicate effect. Perfect. Okay, so we get to purge all the debuffs. Good. And this is already an 8 times 15 Thunderstrike. That's pretty cool. I think we're okay. Exact block, by the way. Power. Power. Attack. Skill. Not even gonna bother with consume. This heart is obliterated. Oh boy, are they ever. $15 times 17. Yeah. Wow. Now that's what I call some serious blocking power. GG. Really threw that heart for a loop. GG. GG, everybody. Not too shabby. Now, what has it been done? The defect sleeps, and so shall I. GG, Twitch chat. So good to finally have a win on the board for the defect there. Kind of a hard-earned couple wins today, but that's all right. Since when does the screen show the Meow pick? Since we installed a mod called Run History Plus. Oh, which has got a score breakdown too. Look at that. Didn't realize if you moused over the score, you'd see all this. Floors climbed, enemies slain, and the score modifiers that you got. That's cool. That's cool. That's right, Panthiron. It's going to be Peglin time next. We got our couple good wins. Next up is going to be our community-voted game this month. Peglin, the Peggle roguelite. Very excited to check this title out for the very first time. Before we switch games here, I am going to refill the legs, stretch the water, grab a quick snack. When I return, play some Peglin. Don't go nowhere, folks. I will be right back. All right, my folks, my friends, my cozies, we are back. So, our community game for the month of June was Peglin. You all voted and I here. So I am here today to bring you the Peggle roguelite. Pulverize the pegs, that's right. Just get that captured. I think that's a little bit loud. So, Peglin, this game is in early access. It's had a few patches for it so far, so the devs have been pretty committed to working on and improving this. But at its core, Peglin is an attempt to mix the roguelite replayability format with a base gameplay of Peggle. You throw balls at bouncy pegs and you try to hit the pegs to do attacks. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Let's just dive straight on into it. Currently, there's only one class to play, the Peggle Goblin, I think is the intended portmanteau here. Peglin is a jack of all trades with access to almost all orbs and relics. More classes coming soon. So this is just the base gameplay, so to speak. Let's give it a try. Would you like a boost? Round guard. Bombs deal more damage. Bad cheese. Deal 20 times the number of reloads. Damage to all enemies when reloading. Interesting. I've not played any Peglin before, but I have a little bit of a basic idea of the gameplay, because I have watched a couple streams of Peglin. I know that bombs are very, very important, but I'm rather curious if the bad cheese can be a useful strategy. Let's grab the catalyst. Make those bombs better. So, in Peglin, you get a familiar-looking act map here. We get to path left or right at each of these nodes. But first, we gotta win a fight. The dagger does little damage as a regular attack, but is incredibly strong on crits. Discard by using the garbage icon. Hear the orb information on the left. So there's a discard, that's right. Oh, this game has got good jams. So how Peglin works is that you've got different orb types that you use on the Peggle board as a way to try to attack enemies. And there are different pegs with different effects. Basic gray pegs are kind of the run-of-the-mill peg with no special properties. These bomb pegs will cause us to throw a bomb hitting all enemies for big damage. The yellow exclamation point indicates a crit, modifying the damage of your attack. And then these green R's are refresh orbs. Hitting those causes all the pegs on the board to replenish themselves, so you can keep playing. So if we don't want to use this, the stones have base 2 damage. 4 on a crit. I think I just want to hit the bomb with the dagger. Oh, that's right, you have to hit it multiple times, don't you? 3 times to hit one of these to get them to detonate? Something like that. There we go. Get bombed, my sirs. Blap. Welp. They dead. They very dead. we can hit that crit. Nope. Note that the crit pegs move each throw. Enemies get an additional move when we have to reload our orbs. Uh-oh. Ah! He's coming! Please. I want to hit the crit ones. Uh-oh. Maybe if I hit the refresh bag. Ah! So I think the most important part is getting your orb to properly bounce on the pegs. That seems like a vital skill we're going to have to practice a little bit. After winning a fight, we can choose a new orb, or take a heal or skip. Interesting that you can heal or skip. So, what are our options? The Orbsium. Defense. Activates each peg 2 times. Oh, dense, not defense. Interesting. Critable. Converts every 8 pegs hit to crit. This orb treats crit pegs as durable. It can be hit 3 times in one shot before they break. Interesting. Or all orb nothing. Massive crit damage. Does dense make it bounce different? I'm not sure. Sounds like it might. I'm gonna try the critable. Let's add that into the mix. And then to choose where you go on the map, left or right. Let's see, can I see the map? Hello? You have to make a shot. So you don't have full control over the pathing, actually. It's kind of cool. A dark obelisk looms before you. It hums with tantalizing power, and you can feel its connection to the earth. Pray to receive its power, gaining an orb, or force a level 1 stone into the obelisk. Offer? You feel a slight disappointment from the obelisk for not utilizing its true potential, but it does absorb the stone. Okay. What does that mean? I'm not sure. I'm going this way now. We'd like to fight, we'd like to get to that treasure chest, I think. Alright, it's crit time. Was that like removing a strike? Kind of. Definitely kind of. Let's go straight down here. So is that a now, yeah, new crit peg. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, detonate the bomb for 30 to all momentarily here. But we're not doing, oh, it's 60. Even better. Good. Good. needed 2 more. Probably get a refresh pack here. I could try to land in there, but I don't know how I would do that. Let's just hit this. We're doing just fine. Get him. Upgrade an orb or heal 20. Let's upgrade an orb. 7 to 10. Double crit damage. Adds convert the first orb hit to a crit. These just upgrade to 3/6. Let's up the crit ball. Treasure! Can I just go 3 treasures? Interesting. Hey there, Spirit Sparrow. Monday reruns are unfortunately going away. Twitch is deprecating the rerun feature, so we won't be able to do them in the same way. What's in the box? Shrewd Scales. Every reload gives +1 balance. Grant all orbs +X. Oh, that's M to see the map. Gotcha. So we can go treasure, elite, treasure? Treasure? What is all these chests? Hello? I want them. Now, I haven't played a lot of Peglin, but this does seem rather unusual in terms of treasure density. Cool. Ring of Reuse. All orbs have +1 persist. Orbs with persist X can be used X times before the next orb is drawn. Discarding this orb will skip all remaining persist levels. Makes it more difficult for us to reload, which makes this Shrewd Scales worse. But it does seem like it might be kind of good. Yeah, it works against Ball Ants, indeed. But I could see some good uses for it. I'll take it. Your aimer is longer and displays an additional bounce. The unicorn horn? This is a reference to Charlie the Unicorn from the original Peggle game. One of the first PopCap games. It gives you a essentially shot preview, just like the power of Charlie the Unicorn in Peggle. Let's fight that elite. Oh, not Charlie, sorry, Bjorn. Bjorn the Unicorn, that's right, that's his name. Excuse me. Bjorn to be wild. Oh, the crit. So we get to use the Dag Orb again. Whoops. Can't say I was expecting that particular bounce. Sorry, that guy has 400 hit points? Spooky. Notably, the bombs don't refresh. rid of the stone. We get to set up more crits for our daggers. We're going to take some hits from the slime, though, unfortunately. Don't know how much damage it does, but I don't like it. Doesn't look like crits stack. 7 per hit, okay. Hey! Go over here. Get one more of those. All in all, though, I'd say we're in a bit of trouble here. Quite able to get the hits we need. Okay, that was enough. It'd be pretty easy to do insufficiently damage in Peglin. Splat Orb. Applies rubber slime to every 5 pegs hit. Rubber slime pegs are extra bouncy and are durable. Let's take the heal. Cookie. Heal 2 every time the board is refreshed, or all attacks have Echo 10. Echo 10 deals X% of the previous attack damage as bonus damage. That sounds pretty good. It's gonna be bonus damage. I'm not 100% sure how much, but it's gonna be bonus damage. And then I literally have to go to another treasure? That's great. Puppet. Prevent the first time you would lose health each battle. Neat. And a short fuse. Bombs detonate in 1 hit. Looks like I want to go to the other elite. Sure. You can see already the enemies are escalating their health very rapidly, which means we are gonna be in trouble if we don't also escalate our damage very rapidly. Either want to hit a bomb or a crit with this. Looks like it's gonna be pretty difficult to do either. Not like that. Another crit's moved. There we go. Already ranged attacks we're suffering. Don't like that.
Wait, can I target a different enemy? No. Swoltorb upgrades each pig it hits. Oh my Gorb destroys any pig it hits, permanently removed from the peg board, but attacks all enemies. Or an Inferno Orb. Swoltorb is my favorite Pokemon, by the way. Let's give it a try. Upgrade those pegs. Ah, it's the slime again. Okay, this was not too bad last time. I imagine it'll be even easier this time. Need the bomb. Cute. It's crits time. Refresh the board. No! You fool. I'll take it. Turns here. Please hit a bunch of stuff. Good enough. Warb. The 3/5 with no special effects. Bob Orb. Convert every 8 orbs hit to bombs. Yes, that gives us some very powerful area damage. Or another crit ball. No, I want the Bob Orb for sure. And Ring of Indignation. Whenever you lose health, deal twice as much that to amount to all enemies as damage. Or Overwhammer. Projectile attacks have overflow, meaning excess damage carries over. That sounds really good for these crit daggers. And it's time to move forward. One more fight before the boss. Got so many relics here on the first game board. Pretty exciting. Alright, bombs are the easy solution on this one. Let's just try to bomb it up. Hey. Perish! All of you. Oh, the Bob Orb has 0 base damage, though. I understand. Wait, what? Okay. Let's upgrade an orb. Hopefully 53 health will be enough for the boss. Oh, I'll convert the first one hit. That's probably going to be what I do here. Let's crit ball level 3. Every 6. Better crit damage, too. Swole Torp gets +2. We're fighting a mole! How dangerous are moles? I have no idea. Mole has 602 health. So 10 bombs. That's not too problem. There's also a tree with unknown purpose. Now the mole is here. This seems concerning. He's leaving plants behind. I don't like this. Plants are illegal. Understand now. That's not too bad. Successfully bonked. 3-6. What do we upgrade the Dag Orb? Better crit damage. Is it an achievement for killing that tree? I bet, yeah. Let's make the Bob Orb better. Kinetic Meteorite. Every third peg hit provides explosive force until the board is refreshed. All orbs get +2/+0, but boards contain 1 less base crit power. The Unpretentious Pendant. Or Consuming Chalice. All orbs get +4 crit damage, but boards contain 1 less refresh bag. Give me that. Boost our crit damage, since we're good at making them. Detonated says, how many acts are there in the game? I think 3 for each run of Peglin, but I'm new to this game. So, probably want this treasure. Yeah, there's a lot less treasures on this map, eh? Do some more regular fights. Alright, nerd, it's time for you guys to get bombed. Oops. Hey. Close. Nice. Okay, level 3 seems to be the maximum. I wanted to go... This one's a big deal. Left or right? I'm gonna go left. A line of men's. The preview doesn't seem that helpful here. Especially since it keeps changing as the balls move. Less refresh pegs is a bit of an issue, though, actually. I might have underestimated that slightly. Some crit threads. Or don't, actually. So the bomb now has a actual crit damage value. Because it gets +0/+4, even though it was 0/0 originally. So now we can actually attack with the Bob Orb. Kind of neat. Oh, and it does damage on the bonus damage pegs too. That's cute. Kerblam. Darkness Eterball. Applies blind. Chance to miss when attacking. Splat Orb of the Extraordinary. Does more damage when you don't crit. Take the heal. Don't want any of those. Dumbbell. Every reload grants 2 Circle. Gives our orbs non-crit damage when reloading. Am I looking at this correctly? This is 2 nodes if we go left, only 1 node if we go right? Interesting. Oh my goodness. That was chonky. Brutal. Pegs are surprisingly hard to hit from here, actually. Better daggers. I played a game called Bookworm Adventures. I have not heard of that one. You stumble into a kitchen and are quickly accosted by a Peglin dressed up as a human chef. They've crudely attempted to hide their ears and the humans seem to be buying it. What are you doing in here? You're gonna blow my cover. They squawk at you. Please take this relic I found and get out of here. Take the bribe or rat them out. I'll take your bribe. Bombs clear nearby pegs when detonated. Nice. You're able to sneak out the nearest door and you leave the other Peglin to its business. We'll rat him out next time to see what it does. Oh, this looks fun. Are you prepared for bombs, my friends? Imagine with some practice you could do some very silly shots on this board. Oh my. Speaking of. They're coming. Didn't throw the bomb that time though. Alright, so we should cause a bomb chain reaction from this, I think. Centrification. Only hits special orb types. Pierces through others. Interesting. Or concentrication. I'll just take the heal. I don't feel like I have a good idea of what the value of being able to target any enemy is. Catch a glimpse of an ethereal Peglin. Appears to be some kind of echo of its former self. Or yourself? Sure. Upgrade this Wolt Orb. Yes, you have to throw your orbs in the order the orbder that they appear. Which may or may not be favorable. Actually, I wanted to cross through the middle there. Interesting. Wasn't looking at the map. Basic Blade. All attacks get +1. So 3 events or a combat. Just take the events. Actually wanted to go this way, it looks like. Yeah. Oh boy. That's weird. Yeah, the only control I have is that I can discard one of the orbs. To cycle to the next one. Orb. Ice Circle. Critical hit pierces through enemies. Orb pierces the first peg. That seems like it might be good. That's Bramble. Do you need piercing with overflow damage? Yes, it's this difference between doing overflow damage to enemies behind or doing equal damage to all enemies. Do you crave power, little Peglin? Would you like to make a deal? Hell yeah, give me a deal. Minus 50 max HP, gain a special relic, the Infernal Ingot. Steal 1 life from the selected enemy for every 5 pegs hit. You feel an incredible new power and a hunger. Cool. So now we have a healing in exchange for -5 or minus half of our max health. And we're super effective at killing slimes. Giant Ballista Man. +13. Crit nodes are in the wrong spot here. I've been confused. Oh dear. There we go. Oh, dang it. Could be a lot of bombs. Thanks. Pierce through the first peg is kind of interesting. Horrifying. Although, do note how fast we're healing here. I've already gotten 9 of it back. We'll survive the next hit at least, too. Time to be swole. That though. We're in trouble here. They're about to fire again. I need to hit the refresh peg, but it's exceedingly hard to get to from back here. As you can see. Oh, we're dead. GG. And so we die. 1 health too few, unable to get the hits we needed on that board, unfortunately. So, a new run begins. We had one of the relics that removed a refresh peg, and I can definitely see why that's a downside in retrospect. I thought it would mean you have 1 less refresh peg at the start of the board, but it means you have 1 less refresh peg the entire time. There's always 1 peg on the board instead of 2, and that is a big penalty. Boost penalty? No, that looks terrible. Very cool looking act layout to start. 2 of the 300 health guys right away, huh? Heard some of the starting fights are pretty nasty. Definitely missing my unicorn horn. This game's hard. It's a hard game. I've determined this scientifically. Interesting in Peglin, there's not really any ways to mitigate the damage the player takes. You have a one player dimension that you're unable to engage with, which is doing more damage or less damage. For the most part. Feels like if there was some more mechanics to interact with, you could have something resembling a build. Go Swooltorp again. Don't really like destroying pegs. Sure. Guess we'll discard that. Want to hit the bombs immediately, although ideally we want to get the other one on the board first. Let's just hit some orbs then. Or that. Squish. Refresh Orb. Refreshes the board every time 6 pegs are hit. That could be very good. Ball Lightning. Zaps an additional nearby peg every bounce. Can target any enemy. Critical hits attack all enemies in targeted column. Interesting. I want to try that. Sounds fun. Sure, the elite totally won't kill me immediately. Smiley face. Pesky ranged enemies. So I am allowed to target the bat if I want to. Interesting. There we go. Kaboom! Two. Up to 2. Might be a deep mistake. And I'm okay if it is. So we'll turb up first. It's a very interesting layout here. 3 plants. I assume that are going to be ranged attackers of some kind. In trouble. Here we go. No! These bombs are impossible to hit. Power's lard. There we go. Good enough. Seems like ball lightning's only good on certain board types. Makes sense. Okay, we did live. Lost a lot of health, though. Take the heal. Persist again. Intentional oboe. Whenever you would lose health, reduce the amount lost by 1. That's fun. I'm going to take the Ring of Reuse. Actually quite liked that last time, and I'm gonna mess with another elite. If we get killed, worst thing that happens is we start a new run. The slime. Intentional Lobos definitely feels like it's a reference to something. But to what? Easy crit from across the board. Also occurs to me that orb removal seems to be pretty hard to get in this game. Got mixed feelings about that. To remove all event. Well, there you go. All right. Okay, fight better than me. Doesn't actually seem like the ball lightning is as good as I want it to be, but that's okay. Imagine we're gonna die very soon. Okay, maybe the ball lightning is pretty good. Necromancer can only hit bombs. And empty pegs. Hit empty pegs are refreshed back to regular pegs. Interesting. Ram ball. Damage to passing enemies. I think I'm gonna take the heal, but Necromancer seems interesting. Attacks deal more damage to plants. Okay. Left or right is irrelevant here. Okay. The refresh orb moves after every shot. Could get us out of some sticky situations. Enemies don't get their extra turn for your first reload. That's not bad. I could go 3 elites. That seems unlikely to be a good thing for my hit points. Everybody actually says, if you get all the bombs in that room, you get something. I was hoping. Good to know. Going a lot better than before, at least. Oh, I missed the thing. Heck. 1 off. Oh, never mind. 0 off. Oh, because of the +10 to plants, that's right. Well, that helped quite a bit here. This is a pretty easy lead. Get the Necromancer again. Attacks all enemies Echo 15. So it's 150% of the previous attack. Take the Necromancer. Everything gets +1/+1, or bombs deal more. The Power Glove. Keep going for elites, I'm gonna do it. Seems like there's only a couple elites in the first area. Yes, there we go. Hit those bombs. Oh, that's really cool. It bounces off the unused pegs. I'm curious. Critting refreshes the board. Yeah. Same fight twice in a row. Cute. And the Necromancer can hit bombs. That's cool. Hard to really know where they're gonna go. There we go. Easy. Blapped. All orb nothing. Swarb, just a 4/6. Or Infernal Orb. Stick a heal. All attacks of Echo 10. Or Powder Collector. Every 30 pegs, you get a bomb. Let's take the Echo Chamber. Let's fight the mole once more. How is Necrorb supposed to crit? Good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Ball lightning can hit the mole even through the tree, which is nice. Take that, you stinky plants. Oh, they're still alive. Spooky. Necromancer can also hit here. Hit the bomb, you fool! Please. Success! +1, +2. Doesn't seem like that big of an upgrade. These rocks are bad. Cursed Mask. Orbs get +2, +3 while you have any negative status effect. You start battle with Confusion 4, so you have a negative status effect. All orbs get more non-crit damage, but boards have less crits. And there's the Consuming Chalice. All orbs get more crit damage, but boards contain less refreshes. I'm going to try out the Cursed Mask. Let's go, Snecko. Let's go, Snecko. So our orbs spin rapidly, but the base damage is massively bonused. Do some hot shenanigans. Yeah, chaos mode, basically. Now for the Necromancer. Only hit the non-existing stuff or the bombs. It's fine by me. They come. still targeting that one. Interesting. Yeah, with certain orbs is the problem. Being able to target with half my stuff is about as good as being able to target with nothing at all. Since you can't choose what order the orbs are in. Immediately deal 1 damage to the targeted enemy for every 2 orbs hit. Ooh, nice way to finish off the little low health stuff. Morbid Orb. Activates empty pegs as it passes through them. It'll refresh orb and darkness a turball. Skip. Good. Duplicate an orb. Here we go. More lightning. I can see why adding more orbs would be better, because the stones really do weigh you down, right? Discarded already. Strange. Is there a secret discard mechanic I'm not informed about? Why do I have my discard back? Once per shot. Oh. I thought it was once per shuffle. Got it. Okay, so that makes this double shot thing a lot better. Main drawback of discarding is that you get back to the dead turn on shuffle faster, which we ignored the first one anyway. And once you have enough orbs, that really isn't relevant. Oboe definitely putting in work here. Where's the shield, too? In troubles, though. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, we should target the ranged attackers first here. Lack of AoE killed us here. No way to deal with multiple enemies other than killing them one at a time. It's not good enough. Alright, yeah, there is a speed up option, right? Oh yeah, L. Okay, sweet. Speeds up the bouncing too. GG. Alright, we'll try with one more run where I wind things down here today. +1 base damage. +1 discards. Or pegboards start with 3 more bombs. Let's try that. It's a lot of elites. I agree, Askar. After watching a little bit of Peglin, my advice to the devs would be have the health on all enemies and then have bomb damage. So essentially make the base game easier and nerf bombs at the same time. Bombs are not the only AoE in this game, but they're the most readily available one. And just have huge base damage in general. Slide though. For example, the Oh My Gorb attacks all enemies at the same time. Let's actually try this thing. Don't know if it's any good, but we'll give it a shot. Interesting layout. Reorbanizer. Shuffle the location of crit and refresh pegs. Every 5 pegs hit and when discarded. Interesting. Pretty good damage too, 2-5. Duct Orb heals you for each peg hit. Permanently removed from your deck after used. I want the Ice Circle. Ice Circle has piercing at least on crits, which is rather nice. Oh, weird. Goes diagonal up? That's bizarre. Yeah! Show them who the boss is. Oh no, this guy. This guy has a lot of hit points. I just plutzed the first shot. Doesn't bode well. So he'll hit us every 2 shots. Oh, shoot. For a lot. You can just kill me. That's cool by me. One more. This will be the last one. Heal 6 when reloading. Interesting. One more refresh or +1 crit damage. Take one more refresh. Yeah, knowing how discards work, it seems like I probably should be taking more orbs. So, I guess I'll give that a go. Memorb. Deals additional damage for each peg hit this battle. Only used once per battle. Let's try the all orb nothing. Yeah, like, this is the treasure chests I expected. I can't believe that first run we had with so many of them in a row. It's so hot in here. Pretty much the same either way. Dang it! Too close. Alright, give me the bombs. Okay, we need bombs. Surprisingly hard to hit. Passes through pegs while traveling upwards. Attacks all enemies. Rub Orb, extra bouncy. The area damage. Embrace the lightning. Get a ball lightning level 2. Alright, this guy again. Refresh. Seems like we're gonna die in the same way as before. Or are we? No, we're not. Good. These seem so bad. Shake the tree. Seems like a fun little arena. ball lightning can get us out of this rut? Maybe. Up to you. Egg! Heals you for each peg hit. Permanently breaks when hitting something solid on the pegboard, apparently including pegs. Weird. Odd. Find yourself looking at two identical altars, each with a perfect location to place an orb. Who's our boss? Can't look at the map now. Whatever. And then if you get bombs, it's over. Satisfying. Yeah, so like, yeah. You either get them or you don't. Yes. Try out an extraordinary. See if that's any good. Put it for the tree anyway. So close. 2 points left on the boss. GG. GG. Well, that's Peglin. This game needs a little bit more time in the oven, I think. I really like the idea behind it. The idea of merging shooting pegs on a board with the roguelite formula, but ultimately this game does a really good job of making me feel like my decisions have no impact on my success whatsoever. I'm sure that's not entirely true, but it doesn't make for a very enjoyable play experience at all. But that's usually what comes with the territory of early access games. Maybe this game will get some more polish to it with time. But who knows? Perhaps I'll check this out again when the full release is arrived, but for now I've had enough Peglin. And I've had enough of the weekend. I think I'm going to get myself on out of here. Doesn't matter what pegs I pick or what orbs, rather. It feels like where I aim barely matters, and I have to know that that's not true, but... Seems exceedingly difficult to predict the trajectory of the balls. Perhaps I just need more genre experience. But it's more than that, too. Like, it feels like the enemy that you get matched up against and the order in which your orbs are loaded are the most important things for whether you succeed a given combat. Two things that you have no control over whatsoever. That and bombs, too. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. For example, Luck Be a Landlord is a roguelite that fully embraces randomness as kind of the core gameplay loop. And that doesn't have to be a bad thing. But I don't know, Peglin feels like it's presenting me with choices and then dismissing what I choose. That I don't tolerate much. Anyhow, I hope you all enjoyed checking out Peglin here. We are going to be taking off for the weekend and returning not later than noon on Tuesday. Expect to see some more XCOM 2 next week. Now that we've played a whole bunch of different things this week, I'm very excited to get back to our XCOM 2 campaign. Hydroxy asks if I played the classic Peggle. I've not, but I have watched. I've watched First Stain play a bunch on his channel back when he was streaming Peggle alongside Slay the Spire. That was a fun little combination there. Do I think I'll go back to Legend of Keepers? Probably not. Didn't see anything in the DLC when we checked it out for the sponsored opportunity that made it look like it had become replayable. My main beef, actually, at this point with Legend of Keepers is that the map choices, like whether you go to a training node, an event node, a sanctuary node, whatever, the decision-making there is so bare bones. Almost always it's one type is way better than the other, or you know where you're headed and which option you're going to click well ahead of time. I don't know. Bookward Adventures. I'll put it on the list. Alright, folks, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. Till then, toodaloo, good night, farewell. I'm going to throw a raid on over to someone here. Let's see. Somebody who's doing Pride with Friends is going to get a raid from us. Beardy is anybody else doing it?
At the end of Act 1...
Whoops. All right, we'll throw a raid to Red Beardy McGee. Red Beardy is the man and the beard behind the wonderful Spire with Friends event going on all through this week. Yesterday, our stream raised over $2.5 grand in support of Point of Pride, and that's in no small part due to Red Beardy's organizational efforts in making that happen. He's currently streaming some Spire with other folks in pursuit of raising some more money for charity, so I'm going to throw you all his way for some love and attention. All right, folks, thanks for watching. Ta-ta for now, and I'll see y'all next time. Till then, toodaloo.
linked with the P Tour Ironclad, so I have a bunch of red cards in my deck.